Welcome to Omni Wizard, your gateway to the impossible. Today's adventure: what if Harry Potter got a green lantern ring at Hogwarts? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The ring chooses. The rain came sideways that night, hammering against the windows of Gryffindor Tower with a fury that matched the storm inside Harry Potter's chest. He sat alone on the stone windowsill of the fifth-year dormitory, his forehead pressed against the cold glass, watching lightning fracture the Scottish sky into jagged white pieces. The scar on his forehead throbbed with a dull, persistent ache that had become so constant he'd almost stopped noticing it, the way a person stops hearing a clock after living with it long enough. Almost. Ron's snores drifted from behind the drawn curtains of his four-poster, steady and oblivious. Neville murmured something about soil acidity in his sleep. Seamus had kicked his blankets to the floor again. Dean slept in perfect silence, as he always did. Harry envied every single one of them. He hadn't slept properly in weeks. Every time he closed his eyes, the same corridor stretched before him, long, dark, and lined with doors that whispered his name. Sometimes he reached the door at the end. Sometimes it opened. What waited behind it changed the texture of his nightmares in ways that left him soaked in cold sweat, gripping his wand beneath his pillow like a drowning man clutching driftwood. But tonight wasn't about Voldemort's corridor. Tonight was about Dolar's umbrage. She'd given him detention again. 3 hours of writing I must not tell lies with that bloody quill of hers, the words carving themselves into the back of his hand, while she sipped tea and hummed something that sounded almost like a lullaby. The skin had only just stopped bleeding, the letters still raised and raw against his knuckles. He flexed his fingers now, feeling the sting, and something inside him, something that had been bending all year, trembled on the edge of breaking. He was so tired of being powerless. The thought hit him with a clarity that cut through the exhaustion and the anger and the constant, grinding weight of being Harry Potter, 15 years old, the boy who lived, the boy nobody believed, the boy who'd watched Cedric Diggory die and been called a liar for it, the boy who sat in detention while his hand was mutilated by a woman the Ministry had installed specifically to silence him. Powerless. He pressed his scarred hand flat against the window. The glass fogged around his fingers. What good was being a wizard if the people who were supposed to protect you were the ones holding the knife? What good was a wand when the entire Ministry of Magic had decided that the truth was too inconvenient to acknowledge? What good was any of it when Voldemort was out there, growing stronger every night, and the only people who seemed to care were a secret organization that met in a house even its own members couldn't properly find? Lightning split the sky again, closer this time. The thunder that followed rattled the windowpane against Harry's forehead, and for a moment the vibration felt almost like a heartbeat. He should go back to bed. He knew that. Hermione would notice the circles under his eyes at breakfast, and give him that worried look that made him feel simultaneously cared for and suffocated. Ron would crack some joke about house elves or Quidditch that was really a clumsy, earnest attempt to make things feel normal. And Harry would smile and nod, and pretend that the weight on his shoulders wasn't slowly grinding him into dust. But he didn't go back to bed. He stayed on the windowsill, watching the storm, and something in the way the lightning moved made him think, not for the first time, about what it would mean to fight back. Really fight back. Not the careful, measured resistance of Dumbledore's army practicing Expelliarmus in the Room of Requirement. Not the quiet defiance of telling the truth to anyone who'd listen. Something bigger. Something that matched the scale of what was coming. Because something was coming. He could feel it the way animals feel earthquakes before they hit, a tremor in the bones, a wrongness in the air. Voldemort wasn't just back. He was building towards something, and every night that Harry spent carving words into his own flesh was a night the Dark Lord spent getting closer to whatever it was he wanted from behind that door. Harry's jaw tightened. His hand throbbed. He would not break. The thought arrived with such force that it didn't feel like thinking at all. It felt like a declaration, something hammered into iron and mounted on a wall. He would not break. Not for Umbridge, not for Fudge, not for Voldemort, not for the nightmares or the lies or the burning in his scar or the way the entire wizarding world had turned its back on him because believing the truth meant admitting they were afraid. He would not break because he refused to. It was, in that moment, the only thing he had left. Not magic, not friends, not Dumbledore's cryptic protection or the Order's secret war. Just this. The raw, burning refusal to stop being who he was, and something hurt him. It happened between one heartbeat and the next. One moment the storm was just a storm, rain, and wind, and the electrical discharge of clouds grinding against each other in the upper atmosphere. The next, something changed. A light appeared in the sky that had nothing to do with lightning. It was green, not the sickly green of the killing curse that haunted Harry's earliest memories, but something entirely different. Vivid, warm, alive. It pulsed like a heartbeat, and even through the glass, Harry felt it resonate in his chest with a frequency that made his teeth hum. He pulled back from the window, reaching instinctively for his wand. The green light was getting brighter, getting closer. It was falling, no, flying, cutting through the storm clouds like a comet trailing emerald fire that the rain couldn't extinguish. It moved with purpose, changing direction twice in the span of seconds, banking hard against the wind as if the weather was an obstacle it had already calculated around. It was heading straight for Hogwarts. Harry's first thought was Death Eaters. His second was Voldemort. His third, the one that stilled his hand on his wand, was that he'd never seen dark magic that looked like that. Dark magic was cold, hungry. It ate light rather than producing it. Whatever this was, it blazed with an energy that felt almost hopeful. The green streak punched through the storm like a needle through cloth and hit Hogwarts' ancient wards. Harry felt the impact in his magical core, a shuddering vibration that set off alarms older than the castle itself. The wards bent. They shouldn't have been able to. 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment, layer upon layer of protection cast by the greatest witches and wizards in history, and this thing bent them like a child parting curtains. It didn't break them. That was the second thing Harry noticed. Whatever this was, it wasn't forcing its way through. It was being allowed in. The green light spiraled down toward the castle, decelerating with a precision that was almost gentle, and Harry lost sight of it as it dropped below the tower's sight line. For 3 seconds nothing happened. Then the dormitory door blew open, not violently. The hinges didn't strain, the wood didn't crack. It simply swung inward with a quiet confidence, as if the door had decided of its own accord that it was time to open. And through it came the light. It was a ring, small, metallic. Green, but not uniformly. It shimmered with internal luminescence, shifting through shades of emerald and jade, and a dozen greens that didn't have names in any human language, floated at eye level, perfectly still despite the draft from the open door, and it was oriented directly toward Harry with the unmistakable intentionality of a predator that had found its prey. Except it didn't feel predatory. It felt like recognition. Ron's snoring hitched. Neville rolled over. The ring ignored them entirely. Harry stood slowly, his wand raised, his heart hammering. The ring rotated on its axis, a slow, deliberate revolution, and then it spoke. Harry James Potter of Earth. The voice wasn't sound, exactly. It was more like meaning delivered directly into his brain, bypassing his ears entirely. It carried weight and warmth and an authority that reminded him, absurdly, of the Sorting Hat, except the hat had been uncertain, debating, weighing options. This voice had no uncertainty in it at all. You have been chosen. Chosen for what? Harry's voice came out steadier than he expected. He'd had enough experience with magical objects that talked to you to know that steady was better than scared. You have the ability to overcome great fear. You have been chosen to join the Green Lantern Corps. The ring moved closer. Harry didn't step back. Some instinct, deeper than training, deeper than the reflexes that 5 years of magical combat had beaten into him, told him that retreating would be wrong. Not dangerous. Wrong. Like refusing a hand that had been extended to help you up. I don't know what that is, Harry said. The Green Lantern Corps is an intergalactic peacekeeping force, founded by the Guardians of the Universe. Its members wield power rings fueled by willpower, the green light of the emotional spectrum. You have been selected because your will is extraordinary. Harry stared at the ring. It stared back if a ring could stare. The green light it emitted cast strange shadows across the dormitory, painting the sleeping forms of his friends in shades of emerald. My will, Harry repeated. Willpower is the ability to overcome fear, to persist in the face of overwhelming opposition, to hold on to purpose when every external force demands surrender. The ring does not choose based on power. It does not choose based on knowledge or birthright or destiny. It chooses based on the strength of the individual's will. Something in Harry's chest shifted. Not his heart, something adjacent to it, something that lived in the same neighborhood but occupied a different house. The place where magic lived, where his Patronus was born, where the feeling came from when he cast Expecto Patronum and remembered his mother's voice. The place where he just decided he would not break. And it chose me, he said. Not a question. Correct. The ring has traveled a considerable distance. You are the first being on this planet to meet the necessary threshold. Will you accept? Harry looked at his right hand. The words "I must not tell lies" were still etched into the skin, the letters white and angry against his flesh. He thought about Umbridge's simpering smile. He thought about Fudge's willful blindness. He thought about Voldemort's red eyes in the graveyard and Cedric's body hitting the ground and the way nobody believed him. He thought about the corridor in his dreams, and the door at the end of it, and the feeling he got every night that something enormous and terrible was building behind that door, and that when it finally burst through, the wizarding world would realize too late that Harry Potter had been telling the truth all along. He thought about all of that, and then he stopped thinking entirely. Yes. The ring slid onto his finger. The world ended and began again. That was the only way to describe it. The moment the ring made contact with his skin, Harry's consciousness expanded in every direction simultaneously, like a balloon inflated to the size of the universe in the space between one breath and the next. He felt the castle, all of it, every stone and spell and sleeping portrait and hidden passage. He felt the wards, vast and layered and humming with a millennium of accumulated magic. He felt the storm outside, the movement of wind and water in patterns that suddenly seemed as legible as written words. He felt the earth beneath the castle, the lake, the forest, the creatures sleeping in both. He felt for one searing instant the entire planet, 6 billion heartbeats, 6 billion wills, 6 billion tiny flames burning against the dark. And then it contracted, all of that awareness funneling back down into a single point, himself, Harry Potter, 15 years old. Standing in his pajamas in a dormitory at a school for witchcraft and wizardry, with a ring on his finger that pulsed with green light, and a power inside him that felt like someone had replaced his blood with lightning. The ring spoke again, and this time its voice carried the weight of oath. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. The words burned themselves into his memory, not like Umbridge's quill, not with pain and blood and cruelty, like sunrise, like the first breath after being underwater too long, like the way it felt when he'd produced a corporeal patronus for the first time and realized that something inside him was strong enough to drive back a Dementor. The green light flared once, blindingly bright, and then subsided to a steady, warm glow around his hand. Harry stared at the ring. It was silver now, with a symbol etched into its face, a circle inside a circle, bisected by vertical lines. The lantern symbol his mind supplied, though he didn't know how he knew that. Behind him, Ron snorted and sat up. "Wasset, wha's happening?" Harry closed his fist around the ring's glow, instinct and years of hiding things combining into immediate action. "Nothing. Storm woke me up. Go back to sleep." Ron mumbled something incoherent and collapsed back onto his pillow. Within seconds, the snoring resumed. Harry stood in the dark, feeling the ring pulse against his finger like a second heartbeat, and realized three things in rapid succession. First, whatever had just happened was real. The ring wasn't going away. The power thrumming through him wasn't a dream or a hallucination or one of Voldemort's mental tricks. It was as real as his wand, as real as the magic he'd been using since he was 11, and it was orders of magnitude more powerful than anything he'd ever felt. Second, he needed to understand what this was before anyone else found out about it. Dumbledore would want to take it. Umbridge would want to confiscate it. The Ministry would want to study it. And Voldemort, Harry's scar gave a sharp twinge, as if even thinking the name in proximity to this new power was enough to attract attention. Voldemort would want to possess it. Third, for the first time since he'd watched Cedric die, since the world had decided he was a liar, since Umbridge had started carving lessons into his skin, for the first time in months, Harry Potter did not feel powerless. He looked out the window. The storm was passing, the clouds thinning to let cold starlight through. The green glow of the ring reflected faintly in the glass, and for a moment Harry saw himself as the ring must see him. Not a boy, not a liar. Not a weapon or a symbol or a piece on someone else's chessboard. A lantern. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed with the curtains drawn and the ring's glow providing just enough light to see by, and he learned. The ring, it turned out, was more than a weapon. It was a database, a communicator, a scanner, and a teacher, all compressed into a band of metal that weighed less than a galleon. When Harry asked it questions, silently, through thought alone, it answered with the same direct, purposeful clarity it had used when it first addressed him. The Green Lantern Corps, it explained, was older than civilization, older than most civilizations in the galaxy. The guardians of the universe, immortal beings who had taken it upon themselves to impose order on chaos, had created the Corps millennia ago as a peacekeeping force. Each lantern was assigned a sector of space. Earth fell within Sector 2814. "There's a lantern assigned to this sector?" Harry asked silently. There was. Lantern Hal Jordan of Earth. He is currently operating outside his assigned sector on a priority mission for the Guardians. In his absence, the ring was dispatched to locate a suitable temporary bearer, standard protocol when a sector lacks coverage. And it found me. The ring scans for individuals who possess extraordinary willpower. Your signal was anomalous. Anomalous how? The ring paused, the first time it had done so. When it spoke again, there was something in its tone that might have been surprise, if a ring could feel surprise. You exist on a world that should not register on the emotional spectrum. Earth's magical population generates interference that masks individual willpower signatures from standard ring scans. The ring should not have been able to detect you at all. It did, however, because your willpower output at the moment of selection exceeded the interference threshold by a factor that the ring's historical records have no precedent for. Harry let that sink in. You're saying my willpower is unusually strong, even for a Green Lantern. The ring is saying that your willpower at the moment of selection was the strongest signal it has ever recorded on a planet with a pre-existing magical field. Whether this is because of your inherent nature, the circumstances of your life, or the unique interaction between your magical core and the emotional spectrum, the ring cannot yet determine. Harry looked at his wand, lying on the bedside table. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core, a feather from Fawkes, the same phoenix that had given the feather in Voldemort's wand. Twin cores, connected. Now he had a second connection. Not to Voldemort, but to something vast and old and fundamentally different from anything the wizarding world had ever encountered. How does it work? He asked. The power. The ring converts willpower into hard light constructs. The bearer imagines a shape. The ring creates it. The only limits are the bearer's imagination and the strength of their will. Show me. The ring pulsed, and Harry felt it draw on something inside him. Not his magic, not exactly, but something parallel to it. Adjacent. If magic was a river, this was the bedrock beneath the riverbed. He thought of a shape, the simplest thing he could imagine, and a sphere of green light materialized above his palm. It was the size of a snitch, perfectly round, perfectly smooth, and it glowed with a warmth that reminded him of Lumos but felt fundamentally different. Lumos was light conjured by a spell, shaped by incantation and wand movement. This was light shaped by thought alone, and it was solid. He touched it with his other hand, and it resisted his finger with the firmness of polished glass. Harry let the sphere dissipate and tried something more complex. A cube, a pyramid, a chain of interlocking rings. Each construct materialized faster than the last, each one sharper and more defined. And with each one, Harry felt the connection between his mind and the ring deepen, like a muscle being stretched for the first time. He thought of a sword. It appeared in his hand, gleaming, emerald, perfectly balanced. Not a crude shape or a rough approximation, but a proper sword, with a crossguard and a fuller and an edge that looked sharp enough to cut light itself. He held it up and turned it in the ring's glow, and the detail was extraordinary. He could see the grain of the metal that wasn't metal, the slight curve of the blade, the way the light played along the edge. He dismissed it and thought of a shield. It appeared on his left arm, round, large enough to cover his torso, with the lantern symbol blazoned across its face. He rapped his knuckles against it. Solid. He could feel the impact, could feel the construct absorb the force and distribute it, and somewhere in the back of his mind, the ring provided technical data, structural integrity, energy expenditure, estimated durability under various types of stress. Harry sat back, breathing hard, though the exertion was mental rather than physical. The constructs had drained something, not much, not yet, but he could feel it. The ring had a charge, and every construct drew from it. How long does the charge last? Approximately 24 hours under moderate usage. The ring must be recharged using the power battery. The what? The power battery is a portable charging device linked to the central power battery on Oa. It should have materialized when the ring bonded with you. Harry looked around the dormitory. There, in the corner beside his trunk, where there had definitely been nothing before, sat an object that looked like a lantern. An actual lantern, about the size of a large book, made of the same green glowing metal as the ring. The lantern's symbol was embossed on its front, and it hummed with a quiet, steady power that Harry could feel in his molars. He stared at it for a long moment, then looked back at the ring. I'm going to need a better hiding place for that. The ring did not respond, which Harry chose to interpret as agreement. He spent the next hour testing the ring's capabilities, pushing gradually harder each time. He could fly. The ring created a field around his body that negated gravity and propelled him in any direction he chose. He tested this by hovering 6 inches above his mattress, which was far less dramatic than soaring over Hogwarts, but significantly less likely to wake his doormates or alert the castle's many monitoring enchantments. He could create barriers, walls of hard light that the ring assured him could withstand considerable force. He could project beams of concentrated energy. He could scan his surroundings, the ring feeding him information about the composition and magical properties of every object in range. And he could do something that made him stop breathing for several seconds when he first tried it. He could create constructs that interacted with magic. It happened by accident. He was practicing forming shapes while absent-mindedly holding his wand in his other hand, and the ring's glow brushed against the holly wood. The wand reacted, a shower of green and gold sparks erupting from its tip, and the ring's construct warped, gaining complexity and detail that Harry hadn't consciously added. For a moment, the simple shield he'd been forming sprouted runes along its edge, actual runes, not decorative scratches but symbols that pulsed with magical energy. Harry dismissed the construct and sat very still, staring at his wand in one hand and the ring on the other. Magic and willpower. Wand and ring. Two entirely different systems of power, and they had just touched, and the result had been something neither could produce alone. The implications hit him like a bludgeon to the sternum. He needed to test this, properly, carefully, in a place where nobody would see. And he knew exactly where to go. Harry slipped out of bed, pulled his invisibility cloak from his trunk and paused. After a moment's thought, he picked up the power battery too, shrinking it with a murmured reducio and tucking it into the pocket of his pajama trousers. The ring dimmed at his mental command, its glow fading until it looked like nothing more than an ordinary silver band. He draped the cloak over himself and crept out of the dormitory. The castle at 3 in the morning was a different creature than the castle during the day. The portraits snored in their frames. The suits of armor stood motionless, their visors tracking nothing. Mrs. Norris was nowhere to be seen, though that meant less than it should have. The cat had an uncanny ability to appear exactly where you didn't want her. Harry moved through the corridors with the practiced ease of someone who had been sneaking around this castle for 5 years. He took the hidden staircase behind the tapestry on the 4th floor, cut through the empty Charms classroom, and made his way up to the 7th floor, to the stretch of blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. I need a place to practice, he thought, walking past the wall 3 times. I need a place where nobody can find me, where no magic can detect what I'm doing, where I can test the limits of what this ring can do. The door appeared. The room of requirement had outdone itself. The space that materialized was enormous, easily the size of the Great Hall, with soaring ceilings and walls that seemed to absorb sound. The floor was covered in a thick, cushioning material that reminded Harry of the mats in the Department of Mysteries. How did he know what those looked like? The dreams were getting worse. Training dummies stood in rows along one wall. Target ranges extended into the distance. And in the center of the room, a clear, open space that practically begged for experimentation. Harry pulled off the cloak, restored the power battery to its full size and set it on the floor. Then he raised his ring hand and let the glow build. "All right," he said quietly to the ring, to the room, to himself. "Let's see what you can do." He started small. A wall of green light, 6 feet tall, 3 feet wide, 6 inches thick. He hit it with a reductor curse. The spell struck the construct and detonated, the explosion contained by the hard light surface. When the smoke cleared, the wall was unmarked. He tried again. Confringo. The blasting curse hit harder. He felt the impact through the ring, a sharp drain on its charge, but the wall held. He tried Bombarda Maxima. The wall cracked. A hairline fracture appeared in the green surface, and through it Harry felt something that might have been pain, a sympathetic echo, as if the construct was an extension of his body. "Noted," he muttered, dismissing the cracked wall and forming a new one, this time pouring more will into it. The green deepened, the surface grew denser, and when he hit it with the same spell, it held without a mark. Willpower made the difference. The more he willed the construct to be strong, the stronger it became. There was no incantation, no wand movement, no finesse, just raw determination, shaped into physical reality. Harry spent 20 minutes on defenses, systematically testing every offensive spell he knew against constructs of increasing complexity. He built walls, domes, spheres, layered barriers. He discovered that a construct shaped like a protego, the same curved shield shape, actually performed worse than a flat wall because his subconscious associated the shape with the spell's limitations. When he stopped thinking about protego and just thought shield, impenetrable, unbreakable, absolute, the construct's performance doubled. Then he moved to offense, a beam of concentrated will fired from his ring hand. It punched through a stone training dummy like a bullet through paper. A construct shaped like a battering ram, it reduced another dummy to gravel. A series of rapid-fire constructs, small, sharp, fast, that functioned like magical projectiles but required no incantation and left no spell signature. That last discovery made Harry pause. No spell signature. He'd learned enough from Hermione's research for the DA to know that the Ministry could track underage magic because every spell left a detectable magical residue. But the ring's constructs weren't spells. They weren't magic at all, not in any way the wizarding world defined it. They were willpower, raw, undiluted intention made manifest. Umbridge could confiscate his wand. The Ministry could track his spells. None of that mattered anymore. Harry felt something dangerous curl inside his chest, a dark satisfaction that tasted like vindication. He recognized it, acknowledged it, and set it aside. Power without control was just destruction, and he'd seen enough destruction to last several lifetimes. He turned to the thing that had brought him here, the interaction between magic and the ring. He held his wand in his left hand and raised his ring hand alongside it. Lumos, he cast, and the wand's tip ignited with white light. At the same time, he formed a construct, a lens, simple and concave in front of the wand light. The light hit the construct and changed. It didn't just pass through or reflect off. It merged. The white light of Lumos and the green light of the construct combined into something that was both and neither, a beam of gold-green luminescence that hit the far wall and instead of illuminating it, revealed it. Harry could suddenly see the magic woven into the stone, the structural enchantments, the warming charms, the ancient protections layered like geological strata. He could see the room of requirement's own magic, vast and complex, wrapped around the space like a cocoon. He let both lights die and stood in the dark, breathing hard. Magic told the universe what to do. The ring made the universe obey. And when you combine them, this changes everything, Harry whispered. He spent the next 2 hours testing combinations. A protego cast through a ring construct became a barrier that could absorb spells and convert their energy into additional charge for the ring. A stupefy guided by a construct lens could be focused to a point or spread to a wide field. An Expelliarmus combined with a ring-generated tractor beam could disarm someone from 50 meters away. The wand yanked from their grip and delivered into Harry's hand with mechanical precision. And the Patronus. Harry almost didn't try it. The Patronus was already his strongest spell, the one piece of magic that felt like it came from the core of who he was rather than from technique or training. He was afraid of what would happen if he combined it with the ring's power, afraid that the merger would corrupt something pure. But he had to know. He closed his eyes. He thought of his mother's voice, distant and warm, singing a song he couldn't quite remember. He thought of Ron's laugh and Hermione's fierce loyalty, and the way the burrow smelled like cinnamon and old wood. He thought of every moment of genuine happiness he'd ever experienced, gathered them together like kindling and struck the match. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand, massive, silver, magnificent. It cantered across the training space, antlers lowered, hooves striking sparks from the floor that weren't really sparks. And as it moved, Harry reached out with the ring, not to control it, not to reshape it, just to touch it with his will, the way you'd rest your hand on the shoulder of someone you loved. The stag stopped mid-stride. Its silver light flickered, pulsed, and then deepened, green threading through the silver like veins through marble. It grew, not just larger, more present, more real, more there. Its hooves cracked against the floor with actual weight. Its antlers caught the light and scattered it in patterns that made Harry's eyes water. And when it turned to look at him, its eyes, which had always been blank, luminous silver, were green. Bright, vivid, burning green. His mother's eyes. His eyes. The Patronus construct threw back its head and bellowed. And the sound that came out was not the ghostly cry of a Patronus, but something full-throated and real. A call that shook the walls of the room of requirement and set every training dummy vibrating in sympathetic resonance. Harry let it go, and the stag dissolved in a cascade of silver and green that fell like snow. He sat down heavily on the floor, wand in one hand, ring glowing on the other, and tried to process what he just witnessed. The Patronus was fueled by positive emotion, by love, by hope, by the desperate refusal to let darkness consume the light. The ring was fueled by willpower, by the equally desperate refusal to surrender. They were different, but they came from the same place inside him, the part that would not break. The ring's charge indicator pulsed in his awareness. He'd used more power than he'd realized, not dangerously low, but enough to notice. How do I recharge? Place the ring against the power battery and recite the oath. Harry walked to the battery, which sat where he'd left it, glowing quietly. He knelt before it and raised his hand. In brightest day, in blackest night, he began, and the words came without effort, as if they'd always been inside him. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. The battery flared. Green light surged up his arm, through his chest, into every cell of his body. And for a moment, Harry existed at the intersection of two kinds of power, the magic that had defined his life, and the will that had always been its foundation. When the light faded, the ring's charge was full, and Harry felt more awake than he had in months. He shrunk the battery again, pocketed it, and checked his watch. 5:30 in the morning. Breakfast started in an hour and a half, and he had a full day of classes ahead of him, including, his stomach clenched, defense against the dark arts with Umbridge. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. With a thought, he made it invisible. The silver band vanished, but he could still feel it. A warm pressure, a second pulse, a constant reminder that he was no longer the same person who'd sat on that windowsill watching the storm. He pulled on his invisibility cloak and left the room of requirement, moving through the castle with new eyes. The ring's passive scanning function was extraordinary, a heads-up display overlaid on his normal vision, identifying magical signatures, structural weaknesses, living creatures behind walls and around corners. He could see Peeves 3 corridors away, floating upside down and drawing something rude on a ceiling. He could see Mrs. Norris on the floor below, padding along her patrol route with the mechanical precision of a security golem. He could see the ghosts drifting through the castle's stone bones, their spectral signatures clearly mapped and labeled. He could see everything. Back in Gryffindor Tower, he dressed quietly, tucked his wand into his pocket, and examined his reflection in the dormitory mirror. The same Harry Potter stared back at him, messy black hair, round glasses, scar on his forehead, circles under his eyes. The ring was invisible. The power battery was invisible, shrunk and hidden in his trunk behind a Notice Me Not charm. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. At breakfast, Hermione noticed something immediately. "You look different," she said, frowning at him over her porridge. "Did you sleep?" "A bit," Harry lied, and the lie felt different than it usually did. Lighter, less like a weight and more like a shield. You look like you slept loads, Ron said, reaching for the toast. Better than you have in weeks, honestly. Hermione's frown deepened. She had an uncanny ability to detect when Harry was hiding something, honed by 5 years of Harry hiding things. But she didn't push, not at breakfast, not with the great hall full and Umbridge sitting at the staff table in her pink cardigan, smiling her toad-like smile. Harry looked at Umbridge. The ring's scanning function activated, unbidden, and suddenly Harry could see her magical signature, a knot of pink and gray that pulsed with the bureaucratic precision of a stamping machine. He could see the blood quill's residual energy clinging to her fingers like oil. He could see, with crystal clarity, the thread of dark magic connecting the quill to the Ministry's surveillance network, evidence that Umbridge's torture sessions were not rogue behavior but sanctioned policy. His jaw tightened. The ring pulsed on his invisible finger, responding to his anger with a readiness that was almost eager. Not yet, Harry told it, and himself, but the ring had shown him something important. It could see magic the way nothing in the wizarding world could. Not detect it, not analyze it, but see it, render it visible in a way that bypassed every concealment and every obfuscation. Umbridge's crimes weren't hidden anymore. They were written across her in green light that only Harry could read. He filed this away and went to Charms. The rest of the day was an exercise in self-control that made every previous test of Harry's restraint look like warm-ups. The ring wanted to help. He was beginning to understand, semi-sentient, not intelligent in the way a person was intelligent, but aware, motivated, eager to serve its bearer's needs. When Malfoy shouldered past Harry in the corridor, sneering something about blood traitors, the ring offered 17 different constructs for immediate physical restraint. When Snape sneered at Harry's potion work and vanished the contents of his cauldron with a flick of his wand, the ring provided a real-time analysis of every magical object in the classroom, including 3 items in Snape's private stores that were almost certainly illegal. When Umbridge smiled at him at the start of Defense Against the Dark Arts and told the class to put away their wands and open their textbooks to Chapter 15, the ring showed Harry exactly how much force it would take to remove the blood quill from her desk drawer and reduce it to its component atoms. He didn't do it. He wanted to, Merlin, he wanted to, but he didn't, because doing so would reveal the ring's existence, and Harry had survived 5 years at Hogwarts by understanding one fundamental truth. Information was the most dangerous weapon in the wizarding world, and the person who controlled it controlled everything. Umbridge didn't know about the ring. Dumbledore didn't know about the ring. Voldemort didn't know about the ring. For the first time in his life, Harry had a secret that was entirely his own, and it was the most powerful weapon any of them had ever encountered. He sat through Defense Against the Dark Arts and read Chapter 15 and didn't say a word, and when Umbridge called on him with that sweet, venomous voice and asked if he had anything he'd like to share with the class, Harry looked at her with the serene, absolute certainty of someone who could disassemble her office with a thought and said, "No, Professor." Hermione caught up with him after class, grabbing his arm in the corridor. "What is going on with you? What do you mean? You're being weird. You're being calm. You're never calm. Maybe I'm just having a good day." "Harry, you haven't had a good day since June. What happened?" He looked at her, at his best friend, the smartest witch of their age, the person who had believed him when the entire world hadn't. He looked at Ron, hovering behind her with his hands in his pockets and his expression caught between concern and optimism. He owed them the truth. He always had. "Tonight," he said quietly. "Room of requirement, midnight. Don't tell anyone." Hermione's eyes widened. Ron's narrowed. But neither of them argued because, after 5 years, they'd learned to trust that, when Harry Potter whispered something with that particular urgency, it was time to listen. Harry walked away from them, the ring warm and invisible on his finger, and as he rounded the corner he felt it, a cold, slithering presence at the edge of his consciousness. Voldemort. Not a vision, not a dream, but a flicker of awareness, like catching movement in peripheral vision. The Dark Lord was feeling something, satisfaction, anticipation, hunger, and it bled through the connection between their scars like ink through water. The ring reacted instantly. Harry felt it analyze the intrusion, map its pathways, identify its source. And then, without Harry consciously directing it, the ring did something extraordinary. It built a wall, not a physical construct, a mental one, a barrier of green light that materialized inside Harry's mind, between his consciousness and the connection to Voldemort. The cold, slithering presence hit the wall and stopped. For the first time in months, the background noise of Voldemort's emotions, the constant, low-level radiation of dark thoughts and darker intentions, went silent. Harry stood in the corridor, stunned. The ring had just done what occlumency was supposed to do, what Snape's lessons had failed to accomplish, what Dumbledore had apparently decided wasn't important enough to teach personally. The ring had shielded his mind, and it had done it in seconds, effortlessly, completely. Harry pressed his hand against the cool stone wall and breathed. The scar on his forehead was still there, still marked, still the symbol of the connection between himself and the darkest wizard alive. But the connection was blocked. The signal was jammed. The door in his dreams might still exist, but the corridor leading to it was now sealed behind a wall of emerald light that Voldemort couldn't see, couldn't touch, couldn't breach. For the first time in 5 years, Harry Potter's mind was entirely his own. He closed his eyes and felt the ring pulse in time with his heartbeat, steady and sure and impossibly, wonderfully green. And somewhere in the back of his mind, in the place where fear lived alongside courage and grief sat beside hope, a small, fierce voice that sounded like his own said, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. Emerald architecture. Midnight in the room of requirement, and Harry was pacing. He'd asked the room for something different tonight, not the training arena he'd conjured that first wild morning, but something that felt more like a war room. The space that materialized was circular, intimate, lit by floating lanterns that cast warm amber light against stone walls lined with bookshelves that contained nothing. The room, it seemed, could provide architecture but not knowledge. It knew how to build a library but not how to fill one. The power battery sat on a round table in the center of the room, its green glow providing a second source of light that made the shadows lean in interesting directions. Harry had removed the notice-me-not charm from it for the first time since that first night. Tonight, the battery needed to be visible. Tonight, Ron and Hermione needed to see everything. He heard them before the door opened. Hermione's quick, light footsteps and Ron's heavier tread, both trying to be quiet and both failing in the specific ways that Harry had learned to identify over 5 years of shared mischief. The door swung inward, and there they were. Hermione with her wand lit and her face set in the expression she wore when she expected bad news. Ron with his hair sticking up on one side and his Chudley Cannon's pajamas peeking out from under his robes. "All right, mate," Ron said, closing the door behind them. "What's the—" He stopped. His eyes had found the power battery. "What," Ron said carefully, "is that?" Harry took a breath. "Sit down. This is going to take a while." He told them everything. The storm, the ring, the oath, the constructs, the scanning, the mental shield that had blocked Voldemort's connection. He told them about the Green Lantern Corps, about Sector 2814, about a temporary assignment from an intergalactic peacekeeping force that had never heard of Hogwarts and didn't care about prophecies or blood purity or the Ministry of Magic's institutional cowardice. When he finished, the silence in the room had a texture, thick and pressurized, like the air before a thunderclap. Hermione spoke first. "Show me." Harry held up his hand and let the ring become visible. The silver band materialized on his finger, the lantern symbol catching the light, and then he thought, and a construct appeared above his palm. A perfect miniature replica of Hogwarts, every tower and turret rendered in luminous green, rotating slowly in midair. Ron made a sound that was somewhere between a gasp and a laugh. "Bloody hell, Harry." Hermione's reaction was quieter and in its way more profound. She stood up, walked to the construct, and reached out to touch it. Her fingers met solid light and her eyes went wide, not with surprise, Harry realized, but with the specific expression Hermione got when she encountered something that rewrote her understanding of how the universe worked. "It's not magic," she whispered. It's not magical at all. I can't feel any magical signature. No spell residue, no enchantment matrix, nothing. It's just there. Solid light generated by pure willpower." She looked at him and her eyes were shining. "Harry, this is beyond anything I've ever read about. This isn't just a different kind of magic. This is an entirely different framework of power. I know. You've had this for how long? When did this happen?" "Last night, during the storm." "Last night?" She stared at him. "You've had an alien power ring for less than 24 hours and you've already worked out that it can block Voldemort's mental connection. That part was an accident. The ring did it on its own." Hermione sat back down. She was trembling slightly, not with fear, Harry recognized, but with the sheer intellectual overload of processing implications that were arriving faster than she could categorize them. He'd seen her do this before, usually in the library when she stumbled across something that connected 3 or 4 separate research threads simultaneously. Her mind was racing, building structures, tearing them down, rebuilding them better. "Okay," she said, in the voice she used when she was about to organize a campaign. "Okay. First question, does anyone else know? Number just you two. Second question, can anyone detect it? The ring says it doesn't register on standard magical detection. The Ministry's trace won't pick up constructs because they're not spells. Hogwarts wards let it through. The ring thinks the castle recognized it as a non-hostile entity and allowed passage. Third question." Hermione leaned forward and her voice dropped. "What are you going to do with it?" The question hung in the air between them, green-lit and heavy with consequence. Ron, who had been uncharacteristically silent, spoke up. "He's going to fight Voldemort with it." It wasn't a question. Ron said it with the flat certainty of someone stating an obvious fact, and when Harry looked at him, Ron's expression held none of the jealousy that had poisoned their friendship the previous year. What Harry saw instead was recognition, the look of a chess player who just seen a game-winning move appear on the board. "It's not that simple," Harry said. "The ring is powerful, but it's not unlimited. The charge lasts about a day, the constructs drain energy proportional to their complexity, and if my concentration breaks, everything I've built disappears. I need to train. I need to understand how it interacts with magic, and I need to do all of that without anyone finding out." "The room of requirement," Hermione said immediately. "We can train here every night after DA meetings. The room can't be detected or entered without specific intent. It's the most secure location in the castle." "What about Dumbledore?" Ron asked. "The bloke has eyes everywhere. Those portraits report to him. Snape's always lurking about, and that Marauder's map shows everything." "The ring doesn't appear on the map," Harry said. "I checked. The map tracks magical signatures and the ring isn't magical. As far as the map is concerned, I'm just Harry wandering the corridors at odd hours, which to be fair is perfectly normal behavior for me." Ron grinned. "He's not wrong." Hermione wasn't smiling. She was thinking, her fingers drumming against the table in a rhythm that Harry had learned to associate with complex problem-solving. "We need rules," she said. "Protocols." "Harry, you can't just. This power is extraordinary. And that means the consequences of anyone discovering it are extraordinary too. If the Ministry finds out, they'll classify it as a dangerous magical artifact and try to confiscate it. If Dumbledore finds out, he'll try to control it," Harry said, and the bitterness in his voice surprised even him. The way he controls everything else. Keep Harry in the dark, tell him only what he needs to know, move him around the board like a pawn. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance that contained an entire conversation. "You're not wrong about that either," Ron said quietly. "Dumbledore's been dodgy all year. Won't look at you, won't talk to you. Shoved you off on Snape for occlumency lessons that are obviously not working." "They're working now," Harry said, and he formed a construct, the mental shield projected outward so they could see it. A wall of green light, translucent and shimmering, covered in patterns that looked like neural pathways. "The ring built this inside my mind. Voldemort can't get through. The dream stopped last night." Hermione's breath caught. The dream stopped. Completely. No corridor, no door, no cold presence at the edge of my thoughts. For the first time since summer, my mind is my own. He watched the realization hit her. Hermione knew, better than anyone except perhaps Dumbledore, what those dreams had been doing to Harry. She'd seen the toll, the insomnia, the mood swings, the growing paranoia, the way he flinched when his scar burned. She'd watched him deteriorate for months and been powerless to help, and now she was looking at a solution that had arrived from outside every framework she understood. "Harry," her voice was thick. I'm so glad." He dismissed the shield construct and sat down across from her. "I need your help, both of you. The ring is powerful, but I don't understand half of what it can do, and I definitely don't understand how it interacts with magic. Hermione, I need you to research. Not the Green Lantern Corps, there won't be anything in the Hogwarts library about that, but the emotional spectrum. The ring talks about willpower as part of something it calls the emotional spectrum. If there's any magical theory that touches on emotions as a source of power, the Patronus charm," Hermione said instantly. "Love potions, the Imperious curse, control through will, the Cruciatus, pain as emotional weapon, the Killing curse, hatred as a destructive force." Her eyes were lighting up. "Harry, magical theory already acknowledges emotions as power sources. The wizarding world just never organized them into a spectrum because they never had to. But if this ring operates on a framework where each emotion corresponds to a color and a type of energy, then there might be other rings," Ron finished, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Harry nodded slowly. "The ring mentioned that willpower is the green light of the emotional spectrum, which implies other colors, other lights, other emotions." "Fear," Hermione whispered. "Fear would be Voldemort's." The battery's green glow flickered, and for a moment the shadows in the room seemed to deepen. Harry felt the ring pulse on his finger, not in alarm but in acknowledgement. A warning, perhaps, of possibilities it had already calculated. "We'll deal with that if it happens," Harry said, with a conviction that came from the ring as much as from himself. "Right now I need to train, and I need you two to help me. Ron, I need you for strategy. The ring is a weapon, and you're the best tactical mind I know." Ron blinked. "I'm not. You beat McGonagall's chess set when you were 11. You can see 5 moves ahead in a game of wizard chess before your opponents made one. I need someone who can look at this power and tell me not just what it can do, but how to use it, when to use it, against what." Ron's ears went red, but his spine straightened. "All right. Show me everything it can do, leave nothing out." Harry spent the next 2 hours demonstrating. He built constructs of escalating complexity while Ron watched with the intense, calculating focus he usually reserved for chess tournaments. And Hermione took notes in a conjured notebook, her quill moving so fast it blurred. He showed them the basics first: shields, beams, simple shapes. Then the intermediate applications: flight, scanning, environmental manipulation. Then the advanced integration with magic, the construct spell hybrids that neither system could produce alone. When he showed them the Patronus construct fusion, Ron swore under his breath and Hermione dropped her quill. "That stag was real," Ron said. "Not ghost real." Real. It had weight. The construct gives the patronus physical form, Harry confirmed. The will gives it structure and the emotion gives it substance. Together they create something that's both, a magical construct that exists on the physical and emotional planes simultaneously. Could it fight a Dementor? Hermione asked, and her voice had the careful, precise tone she used when she was asking a question she already knew the answer to. I think it could kill a Dementor. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. They trained until 3 in the morning. Ron, true to form, immediately began thinking in terms of tactics and scenarios. You need combination attacks, he said, pacing around the room while Harry practiced forming constructs at speed. Pure constructs for defense, pure magic for attack, hybrid combinations for special situations. And you need contingencies. What happens if the ring runs out of charge mid-fight? I fall back to wand magic. Right, but you need a transition plan. You can't just switch. There's a gap, a moment where you're changing gears, and any decent opponent will exploit it. Practice the transition. Right now, drop a construct and cast a spell in the same motion. Harry tried it. The construct shield collapsed and he slashed his wand through the air, stupefied, but the spell came a half-second late, his mind still tangled in the ring's framework. Again, Ron said. Faster. He tried again, and again, and again until the transition was seamless, construct to spell, spell to construct, the two systems of power flowing into each other like tributaries into a river. Ron watched each iteration, spotted each flaw, suggested each adjustment, and by the time they finished, Harry could switch between ring and wand in the space between heartbeats. One more thing, Ron said, as they prepared to leave. He was looking at Harry with an expression that was part chess player, part best friend, and entirely serious. Don't use the ring in front of anyone, not the DA, not Dumbledore, not anyone. I wasn't planning to. I know, but I'm saying it out loud because there's going to come a moment, a confrontation, a fight, a situation where it would be so easy to just use it, and you're going to want to. You're going to need to. And when that moment comes, you need to ask yourself, is it worth revealing the one advantage nobody knows you have? Harry met his eyes. You sound like a general. I sound like someone who plays chess. And the most powerful piece on the board isn't the queen. It's the one your opponent doesn't know about. They left the room of requirement in stages. Hermione first under a disillusionment charm, then Ron under the invisibility cloak, then Harry last, the ring-scanning function guiding him through the castle's sleeping corridors with the precision of a GPS system designed by someone who understood magic. The next few weeks settled into a rhythm that was, by Hogwarts standards, almost normal. Harry attended classes. He endured Umbridge's lessons. He led DA meetings in the room of requirement, teaching stunning spells and shield charms and patronus work to 24 students who had no idea that their teacher was coming to these sessions from private training that would have made Auror Academy look like a remedial course. Every night after the castle went quiet, Harry returned to the room of requirement. Sometimes Ron came with him, armed with new tactical scenarios and an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the ring's capabilities. Sometimes Hermione joined them, her research notes expanding into a comprehensive theoretical framework that connected the emotional spectrum to every branch of magical theory she could find. It's all connected, she told them one night, surrounded by floating diagrams she'd asked Harry to construct from her notes. The patronus uses positive emotion, love, happiness, hope. The unforgivables use negative emotion, domination, cruelty, hatred. The Imperious Curse is about imposing your will on another person. Will, the same force that powers Harry's ring. Are you saying the Imperious Curse is a form of green energy? Ron asked, frowning. No, that's what's fascinating. The Imperious Curse uses will, but it's will corrupted. It's not the caster's own willpower being expressed. It's the caster's will being forced onto someone else. The ring wouldn't work that way. The ring, Harry, correct me if I'm wrong, the ring can only create constructs that are expressions of the bearer's will. It can't control other people. Confirmed, Harry said. The ring's power is inherently constructive, not coercive. It builds. It doesn't dominate. Which means the emotional spectrum isn't just about the emotions themselves, it's about how they're expressed. Willpower expressed constructively is green. Fear expressed destructively would be yellow if the ring's data is correct. And love is violet, Harry said. The star sapphires, the ring has files on them. Hermione's eyes went wide. There are multiple core, multiple ring types. 7. One for each color of the emotional spectrum. Green for will, yellow for fear, red for rage, orange for avarice, blue for hope, indigo for compassion, violet for love. And each one has rings like yours. Each one has rings. Not all of them have core, organized groups. Some of the colors are wielded by individuals or small groups. The Guardians created the Green Lantern core specifically because willpower is the most versatile and stable of the emotional energies. It's the center of the spectrum. Hermione was scribbling furiously. Ron was staring into the middle distance with the unfocused look he got when he was visualizing a particularly complex chess problem. The killing curse, Ron said suddenly. They both looked at him. The killing curse. It's pure hatred, pure destructive intent. Where does that fall on the spectrum? Harry consulted the ring. The answer came back immediately, and it made the hair on his arm stand up. The ring classifies it as a combination of red and yellow, rage and fear, merged into a single destructive force. The caster channels their hatred while simultaneously overwhelming the target's will to live through induced fear. Merlin's beard, Hermione breathed. That's why the killing curse is unblockable. It's not a physical force, it's an emotional one. A magical shield blocks magical energy, but the killing curse attacks on the emotional plane. The victim's own fear amplifies the effect. Which means, Harry said, and the ring was already constructing the theory in his mind, illuminating connections that felt inevitable now that he could see them. A sufficiently powerful will construct could block it, not by stopping the magical energy, but by rejecting the emotional attack. The construct would need to be more than a shield. It would need to be an assertion. A declaration that the target refuses to feel fear, refuses to accept death. The three of them sat with that for a long time. You need to test it, Ron said eventually. Carefully. There isn't exactly a safe way to test defenses against the killing curse, Ron. But there are components you can test separately. Fear resistance, will projection, emotional shielding. You've already shown the ring can block Voldemort's mental attacks. That's the same spectrum of energy, just lower intensity. He was right. Over the following days, Harry pushed deeper into the ring's interaction with emotional magic, and each discovery opened new territories. He found that he could sense emotions around him, not through legilimency, which was invasive and required eye contact, but through the ring's awareness of the emotional spectrum. Walking through the corridors of Hogwarts became an exercise in empathic observation. He could feel the fear radiating from the younger students whenever Umbridge's name was mentioned. He could feel the simmering resentment of the staff. He could feel the tightly wound anxiety of the fifth years facing their OWLS. And he could feel, like a cold spot in a warm room, the places where negative emotional energy had pooled and concentrated. The corridor outside Umbridge's office was drenched in it. Fear and pain and helpless anger, left behind by every student who'd sat in that chair and written in their own blood. The ring mapped it like pollution, and Harry had to actively suppress the urge to march in there and end it. Instead, he planned. The DA meetings became something different after Harry's secret training began. He couldn't teach ring techniques. No one else had a ring. But the ring's perspective on magic was transforming his understanding of spellwork in ways that made him a dramatically better teacher. The Patronus isn't about the memory, he told the DA at their next meeting, standing before 23 students in the room of requirement. I know that's what the books say, find a happy memory, focus on it, let it fuel the spell. But that's like saying the way to swing a sword is to move your arm. It's technically true, but it misses the point. He paced in front of them, feeling the ring pulse invisibly on his finger, its insights threading through his words without revealing their source. The Patronus is about what's behind the memory, the emotion, not happiness. Happiness is too passive. The Patronus runs on something fiercer than happiness. It runs on defiance, on the absolute refusal to let the darkness win. When a Dementor comes for you, it wants you to feel hopeless. It wants you to believe that nothing good exists. And the Patronus is your answer to that. Not I'm happy, but I refuse to surrender what I love. There's a difference, and that difference is the gap between a wisp of silver smoke and a corporeal Patronus that can drive back 100 Dementor. Neville Longbottom, who had never produced more than a thin mist, closed his eyes and cast. For the first time, something took shape in the silver light, indistinct, wavering, but unmistakably an animal. A lion. Small and translucent, it padded a few uncertain steps before dissolving, but Neville's face split into a grin so wide it looked painful, and half the room cheered. Harry felt the ring warm on his finger. It wasn't reacting to the magic. It was reacting to the will in the room, the collective determination of 23 students who had chosen to learn to fight because the adults in their lives had failed them. After the meeting, as the DA members filed out through the enchanted exit, Cho Chang lingered. She'd been watching Harry all evening with an expression he couldn't quite read, part admiration, part grief, part something else. "Harry," she said, "you're different lately. People keep saying that. I mean it as a good thing. You seem stronger, not physically, in here." She touched her sternum, like something settled. He looked at her and felt, through the ring's emotional awareness, the grief she carried, bright blue and heavy, pooled around her heart like a bruise that wouldn't heal. Cedric. She was still grieving Cedric, and Harry understood that in a way that went beyond sympathy because he was grieving Cedric too, and the ring showed him that their grief wasn't the same color. Hers was blue, loss and sorrow. His was gray, guilt and responsibility. Two entirely different burdens, sharing a name. "Something did settle," he said. "I can't explain it yet, but when I can, you'll be one of the first people I tell." She nodded, and he felt her grief shift slightly, not lighter, not resolved, but reorganized. Acknowledged. Sometimes that was enough. The weeks compressed. February became March, and the castle settled into the grinding rhythm of approaching exams and intensifying political pressure. Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, led by Malfoy and his 2 granite bookends, prowled the corridors with increasing boldness. Educational decrees appeared on the walls with the regularity of acne. The staff's resistance, once subtle, became performative, McGonagall openly contradicting Umbridge in the corridors, Flitwick, accidentally, allowing his charms classes to practice spells that were technically on Umbridge's banned list. Harry watched it all through the ring's enhanced perception, and what he saw beneath the surface worried him. The castle itself was reacting to Umbridge's regime. Harry hadn't known that Hogwarts was semi-sentient. The ring revealed it during one of his late-night training sessions, when the room of requirements walls began displaying patterns that the ring identified as the castle's emotional state. Hogwarts was angry. The ancient enchantments that had accumulated over 1,000 years weren't just passive protections. They were an immune system, and Umbridge's presence was an infection it was struggling to fight. Moving staircases redirected her to wrong corridors. Doors refused to open. Peeves, who answered to no authority but the Bloody Baron, had tripled his attacks on the High Inquisitor, and the ring showed Harry that the poltergeist's behavior wasn't random mischief but a coordinated defensive response directed by the castle itself. Hogwarts was fighting back. It just didn't have enough firepower. Harry stored that information alongside everything else and kept training. He was getting stronger. The ring confirmed it with quantitative data. His construct density had increased by 40% since that first night. His reaction time had halved. His ability to maintain multiple simultaneous constructs had grown from 2 to 7. But the numbers didn't capture the real change, which was qualitative and harder to measure. He was thinking differently. The ring didn't just give him power, it gave him perspective. Willpower, the ring taught him, wasn't brute force. It wasn't stubbornness or aggression or the refusal to change. True willpower was clarity, the ability to see what needed to be done and the determination to do it, regardless of the obstacles. It was, in its way, the opposite of the blind charge that Harry's previous approach to problem-solving had favored. He stopped rushing into confrontations. He started analyzing them. When Malfoy provoked him in the corridors, Harry didn't rise to the bait. He scanned Malfoy's emotional signature, noted the fear and inadequacy that drove the bullying, and walked away with a calmness that confused Malfoy more than any retort could have. When Snape sneered at him in potions, Harry studied the man's magical signature, complex, layered, shot through with colors the ring identified as regret and self-loathing, and felt, for the first time, something that approached understanding. Snape was afraid, not of Harry, not of Voldemort, not even of Dumbledore. Snape was afraid of himself, of what he'd been, of what he'd done, of the possibility that redemption was something he'd spend his entire life reaching for and never touch. Harry didn't forgive him, but he stopped hating him, and the distinction felt important. The real test came on a Thursday in late March, when everything Harry had been building collided with everything he'd been avoiding. It started with detention. Umbridge had found a new excuse: Harry's disruptive attitude in class, which meant he'd answered a question correctly and she hadn't liked his tone. 3 hours in her office. The blood quill, the lullaby humming. Harry sat in the pink festooned chair, the quill in his hand, the parchment before him, and for the first time since receiving the ring he considered using it. Not overtly, nothing dramatic, just a thin construct between the quill's tip and his skin, an invisible barrier that would prevent the words from cutting while still appearing to write normally. Umbridge wouldn't know. Nobody would know. He was reaching for the ring's power when he stopped. Ron's voice, from that first night. Is it worth revealing the one advantage nobody knows you have? The question was more complex than it appeared. The ring's constructs didn't leave magical traces, true, but the blood quill did leave magical traces, specifically, traces of the victim's pain and blood. If the quill stopped producing those traces while appearing to function normally, Umbridge might notice. She might investigate. And any investigation, however small, created a thread that could be pulled. Harry let the quill cut. He sat in Umbridge's office for 3 hours, writing in his own blood, and he used every second of it. The ring scanned the room, cataloging the blood quill's enchantment structure, mapping the surveillance charms on the walls, identifying the hidden drawer where Umbridge kept a file labeled Dumbledore's Army, with a lock that the ring could have opened in its sleep. By the time the detention ended, Harry's hand was a mess of reopened wounds, but his ring had compiled a complete dossier on Umbridge's operations, who she reported to at the ministry, which students she'd used the quill on. The residual pain signatures were still on the chair, layered like sediment, and the full scope of her intelligence-gathering network within Hogwarts. He shared everything with Ron and Hermione that night. Hermione cried, not at the information, at his hand. She held it carefully, examining the scars, and her tears fell on the letters "I must not tell lies." And Harry felt, through the ring, the incandescent fury inside her. Not the hot, explosive anger he'd expected, but something colder and harder, a crystalline rage that was closer to will than emotion. "We're going to stop her," Hermione said, and it wasn't a promise or a plan. It was a statement of physical law as inevitable as gravity. "We are," Harry agreed. "But not yet, not the way you're thinking." "Then how?" Harry looked at Ron, who was studying the dossier with the focused intensity of a general reviewing battlefield intelligence. Ron looked up and met his eyes, and something passed between them, a tactical understanding that transcended words. "We're going to let her overreach," Ron said. "Every dictator does. They push too hard, go too far, make the one move that turns even their allies against them. Umbridge is going to do something so egregious that the Ministry won't be able to protect her, and when she does, we're going to make sure everyone sees it." "And in the meantime," Hermione demanded. "In the meantime, Harry trains. We gather intelligence and we wait." Hermione looked at Harry's scarred hand. "I hate waiting." "I know," Harry said softly. "So do I, but they waited and they trained." And the ring grew stronger on Harry's finger, fed by a willpower that had found, in patience, its hardest and most necessary expression. The discovery that changed everything happened on the 1st of April. Harry was deep in the room of requirement, practicing construct spell fusion at a level of complexity that would have been impossible a month ago. He'd learned to weave magic through constructs like thread through fabric, creating hybrid structures that drew power from both sources simultaneously. A shield that could absorb spell energy. A lens that could magnify magical effects. A construct animal, not a patronus, but something new that could operate independently, following basic commands while Harry focused elsewhere. He was experimenting with this last capability, directing a construct falcon through an obstacle course while simultaneously dueling a training dummy with wand magic when the ring interrupted. Anomaly detected. Harry dismissed the falcon and the dummy. What kind of anomaly? Emotional spectrum energy. Non-green. Source. Approximately 200 meters below current position, bearing directly down. Below, deep beneath Hogwarts. In the ancient foundations of the castle, in the spaces that predated the school itself, the places where the founders had built upon even older structures, layer upon layer of history reaching down into the bedrock of Scotland. "What color?" Harry asked, and his voice was very steady. "Yellow." The ring projected a three-dimensional scan of the castle's substructure into the air before him. Harry watched the image build, the basements he knew, the dungeons, Snape's office, the Slytherin common room. Below those, older structures, foundations, catacombs, sealed passages. Below those, deeper still, something that the ring's scan couldn't fully penetrate, something that glowed yellow. The ring cannot determine the precise nature of the energy source. The yellow light is contained, shielded by magical barriers of considerable age and power. However, the energy signature is consistent with the fear spectrum of the emotional electromagnetic field. A yellow ring, unknown. The containment prevents detailed analysis. However, the energy has been present for a considerable duration. The ring estimates minimum containment age at approximately 1,000 years. 1,000 years. The age of Hogwarts itself. Harry sat down slowly, his mind racing. Something powered by fear had been sealed beneath Hogwarts for a millennium. The founders had known about it, had to have known, if they'd built their school on top of it. They hadn't destroyed it. They'd contained it, which meant either they couldn't destroy it or they'd chosen not to. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry thought. He'd been down there in second year, had fought the basilisk and Tom Riddle's memory in the depths of the castle. The chamber was deep, but the ring scan showed the yellow energy deeper still, below even Slytherin's hidden room, in spaces that the chamber's builders had sealed off. Can the containment be breached? From outside? Not by the ring. The magical barriers are specifically designed to resist external penetration. However, the ring notes that the barriers are weakening. The rate of degradation suggests they were designed to be maintained, and maintenance has not been performed in several centuries. Weakening. Something ancient and terrible, sealed away by the founders themselves, and the prison was slowly crumbling. Harry filed this under urgent but not immediate and returned his focus to the present threat: Umbridge, the Ministry, Voldemort. The yellow energy beneath Hogwarts wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. But it added a new dimension to the war he was already fighting, and the ring's revelation crystallized something that had been forming in Harry's mind for weeks. This wasn't just about Voldemort anymore. It had never been just about Voldemort. The wizarding world was broken, corrupted by fear, paralyzed by denial, rotting from the inside while threats ancient and modern gathered at its borders. A Dark Lord was the symptom, not the disease. The disease was the fear that let Dark Lords rise in the first place. And somewhere in the lightless depths beneath the school where Harry Potter was learning to be a hero, something yellow pulsed in time with the heartbeat of that fear, patient and ancient and waiting. Harry told Ron and Hermione the next morning in the early gray light before the castle woke, huddled in the alcove behind the one-eyed witch on the third floor. 1,000 years, Hermione said, pale-faced. The Founders sealed it. The ring thinks so. The magical signatures on the containment are consistent with that era. And it's weakening, slowly. We're talking years, maybe decades, before it fails completely, but the trend is clear. Ron was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his face set in the expression he wore during chess matches, analytical, cold, seeing the board whole. It's connected, he said. It has to be. The ring chose you now. Not last year, not next year, not when you were a baby. Now. And there's a yellow energy source under the school. Those two facts aren't coincidence. The ring says the green spectrum is drawn to individuals who can oppose threats to their sector, Harry said. It's possible the ring came here specifically because of the yellow energy, a preemptive deployment. Or it came because Voldemort's back, Hermione countered. He embodies fear. His entire power structure is built on fear. If the emotional spectrum is real, Voldemort is the most concentrated source of yellow energy on the planet. Both could be true, Ron said. Voldemort and the thing under the school. Two threats, same spectrum, same sector. The ring came for both. They looked at each other, three teenagers in a hidden alcove, carrying a secret that would have made the Order of the Phoenix collectively lose their minds. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry felt the ring pulse on his finger, steady and warm and resolute. We do what we've been doing. We train, we learn, we prepare. And when the time comes, when one or both of those threats makes their move, we'll be ready. Hermione reached out and took his scarred hand. Ron put his hand on Harry's shoulder. And for a moment, the three of them stood together in the thin morning light, bound by a secret that was larger than any of them and smaller than the will they shared. The castle stirred around them. Portraits yawned. Ghosts drifted through walls. Somewhere a first-year dropped a textbook and swore creatively. Harry straightened. Come on, we've got potions. They walked together toward the dungeons, and if anyone noticed that Harry Potter moved differently now, that his stride was longer, his shoulders straighter, his gaze steadier and more focused, they attributed it to a good night's sleep, or a change in diet, or the inscrutable workings of a teenage boy's emotional landscape. Nobody noticed the faintest shimmer of green at his fingertips when he thought nobody was looking. Nobody saw the ring pulse with satisfaction when he didn't flinch at Snape's insults. Nobody felt the way the air in the room of requirement had changed, charged with an energy that hadn't existed on Earth before a storm-tossed night in February. Nobody knew. And that, as Ron had said, was the most powerful advantage of all. But secrets, like containment barriers, have a shelf life. And Harry's was about to reach its expiration date. The inquisitorial squad caught the DA on a Tuesday. Harry would later reconstruct exactly what happened and determine that Marietta Edgecombe's betrayal, while pivotal, was not the primary cause. The primary cause was Umbridge's methodical, intelligence-driven approach to dismantling student resistance, an approach that Harry, for all his new power, had underestimated because he'd made the fundamental error of assuming that cruelty and competence were mutually exclusive. Umbridge was cruel, but she was also, in her narrow and terrible way, competent. The squad burst through the room of requirements door, which should have been impossible, which meant someone on the inside had opened it, and everything went wrong very fast. Spells flew. Students scattered. Malfoy grabbed Neville by the collar. Pansy Parkinson had her wand in Hermione's face. Goyle was sitting on Ron, and Umbridge stood in the doorway, pink cardigan immaculate, smile wide and genuine and terrible, holding a piece of parchment that bore every member's name and the title Dumbledore's Army. "Well, well," she said. "What have we here?" Harry felt the ring burn on his finger. Every instinct screamed at him to use it, to form a construct that would throw every member of the inquisitorial squad against the wall, to shield the DA. To do what Green Lanterns were supposed to do, protect those who couldn't protect themselves. He didn't. He stood very still, feeling the ring's power thrumming through him like a second circulatory system, and he did the hardest thing he'd ever done. He let himself be caught, because the ring was showing him something. Scanning Umbridge's emotional signature, reading the web of connections and intentions and plans that radiated from her like heat from a furnace. And what it showed him was this: Umbridge had already won this battle. The DA was exposed. The names were on the list. Fighting now would only escalate, would give her justification for expulsion, for wand snapping, for calling in Aurors. It would give her exactly what she wanted: proof that Harry Potter was dangerous, that Dumbledore's supporters were violent, that martial law was the only reasonable response. The right move was no move. Let the Queen take the bishop and set up the checkmate 3 moves later. Ron, pinned beneath Goyle's weight, caught Harry's eye. Harry gave an imperceptible shake of his head. Ron's jaw tightened, but he stopped struggling. Hermione, Pansy's wand at her throat, saw the shake too. She went still. The DA was marched to Umbridge's office. Harry walked at the front, his ring invisible, his face blank, his mind already 3 moves ahead. The consequences unfolded with the inevitability of a collapsing building. Dumbledore took the fall, claimed he'd organized the group, deflected blame from Harry with a series of half-truths and noble lies that were, Harry thought bitterly, entirely in character. Fudge arrived with Aurors. There was a confrontation in the headmaster's office that Harry, stationed outside with the ring's scanning function working overtime, followed in real time. Dumbledore escaped. Fawkes burst into flame and they vanished. Umbridge was installed as headmistress. And Harry stood in the corridor afterward, surrounded by the fallout, and felt the ring pulse with something that was almost certainly urgency. Because the ring had detected something during the confrontation, something that changed the equation entirely. When Dumbledore's magic had flared in the office, when the headmaster had unleashed enough power to incapacitate 2 Aurors and the Minister of Magic simultaneously, the ring had measured the energy output. And the reading was wrong. Dumbledore's magical signature didn't match his displayed power level. It was like watching a man lift a car and then noticing that his muscles weren't flexing. The power Dumbledore had shown wasn't coming from his own reserves. It was coming from the castle. Hogwarts had helped him, the same semi-sentient castle that was fighting Umbridge with misdirected staircases and locked doors had channeled its power through its headmaster, its real headmaster, regardless of what the ministry's paperwork said. Harry stood in the corridor and understood, with the ring's help, something that Dumbledore himself might not have fully grasped. Hogwarts chose its headmaster the same way the ring chose its bearer. Not through titles or bureaucracy, but through resonance. The castle recognized the will that aligned with its purpose, and it empowered that will with everything it had. Umbridge could sit in the headmaster's chair. She could put her name on the door, but Hogwarts would never be hers, because the castle's will and hers were fundamentally incompatible. Harry filed this realization alongside the yellow energy beneath the castle and the growing list of things he understood but couldn't yet act on, and went to bed. The ring glowed beneath his pillow, steady and green, a small beacon of willpower in a castle that was slowly learning to resist the dark. Tomorrow would bring new battles, new tests, new moments where the temptation to reveal his power would war with the strategic necessity of keeping it hidden. Harry closed his eyes and, for the first time in a very long while, slept without dreaming. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. The fear behind the curtain. The yellow ring came to Earth on a night when the sky above Little Hangleton burned with aurora that had no business appearing that far south. Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the most feared wizard alive, stood in the graveyard where his father was buried and felt something he hadn't felt in decades: surprise. He'd been conducting a ritual, a refinement of the dark magic that sustained his reconstructed body, drawing power from the Riddle family bones beneath the frost-hardened soil. Nagini coiled at his feet, her scales catching the strange light overhead, and the Death Eaters who'd been summoned for the ceremony, Bellatrix, Lucius, Barty Jr.'s replacement, stood in a loose semicircle, masked and silent. The light appeared at the edge of the aurora, a yellow streak that moved against the natural drift of the lights, cutting through them like a blade through silk. It fell toward the graveyard with a precision that Voldemort immediately recognized as intentional, and he raised his wand. The streak resolved into an object, small, metallic, glowing with a sickly amber luminescence that pulsed like a wound. It decelerated with impossible speed, coming to a hovering stop 10 feet from Voldemort's face, and the Dark Lord found himself looking at a ring that looked at him back. Tom Marvolo, Riddle of Earth. The voice was different from the Green Lantern rings, thinner, sharper, with an undertone that sounded like screaming heard from very far away. It spoke directly into Voldemort's mind, bypassing his occlumency shields as if they didn't exist, and the sheer audacity of that intrusion made him hiss with fury. "You have the ability to instill great fear." Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed. The ring hung in the air before him, and he could feel it, not with his magical senses but with something deeper, something that the ring was awakening for the first time. A resonance, a recognition, fear. He knew fear. Not as a victim, he hadn't been afraid of anything in longer than most wizards had been alive. He knew fear as a craftsman knows his medium. He'd spent his entire existence cultivating it, refining it, weaponizing it until it was the sharpest tool in his arsenal. The wizarding world didn't obey him because he was powerful, though he was. They obeyed him because they were afraid. His name was a weapon. His presence was a sentence. His anger was a death warrant. Fear was his life's work, and this ring was offering to make it something more. "Welcome to the Sinstro Corps." The ring slid onto his finger and the world changed color. Yellow light erupted from Voldemort's hand, flooding the graveyard with a radiance that turned the headstones into jagged shadows and bleached the Death Eaters' masks to the color of bone. The power that surged through him was nothing like magic. It was rawer, more primal, and it fed on the one thing that Voldemort had in infinite supply: fear. Not his own fear, the fear of others. The ambient terror that permeated every corner of the wizarding world where his name was whispered, every nightmare about the Dark Mark, every parent's dread when they sent their child to school in a world where Lord Voldemort had returned. He drew on all of it, and the yellow light grew. A construct materialized around him, not a simple shape but a manifestation, a serpentine form that coiled through the air with Nagini's grace and the basilisk's killing presence. It was massive, 50 feet of yellow light scaled and fanged, and radiating an aura that hit the assembled Death Eaters like a physical blow. Bellatrix Lestrange, the most devoted and fearless of his followers, dropped to her knees, her mask tumbling free, her eyes wide and glazed. Lucius Malfoy staggered back. The others didn't even manage that. They simply collapsed, overwhelmed by a fear that bypassed their conscious minds and struck directly at the animal core of their brains. Voldemort dismissed the construct with a thought and examined the ring on his finger. It was yellow gold, with a symbol etched into its face, a stylized emblem that meant nothing in any wizarding iconography but resonated in the same deep frequency as the dark mark. "Tell me everything," he said. The ring told him. It told him about the emotional spectrum, about the Sinstro core, a force built on fear, an army of beings who wielded terror as a weapon, led by a former Green Lantern named Sinstro who had concluded that order could only be maintained through absolute control. It told him about the Green Lantern Corps, the opposition, the peacekeeping force, the wielders of willpower who stood against fear. And it told him that a Green Lantern ring had recently been activated on Earth. In Sector 2814, at a location that the ring's records designated as a significant magical interference zone, but that Voldemort recognized immediately from the coordinates. Hogwarts. For several seconds, Voldemort stood motionless in the graveyard, yellow light playing over his features, and processed this information with the cold, calculating intelligence that had always been his most dangerous attribute. Harry Potter had a Green Lantern ring. The certainty was absolute. A ring powered by willpower, deployed to a location crawling with magical teenagers, and it had chosen one of them. Not Dumbledore, too old, too calculating, well subordinated to strategy. Not any of the teachers. A student with extraordinary willpower, the kind of willpower that would register across dimensional barriers and draw an intergalactic artifact across light years of space. Harry Potter, the boy who had survived the killing curse, the boy who had faced Voldemort 4 times and refused to die, the boy whose will was the one thing that Voldemort, for all his power, had never been able to break. Of course the ring had chosen him. Voldemort smiled, and the expression was terrible to see on that flat, serpentine face, not amusement but satisfaction, the predator's recognition that the prey had just become interesting enough to be worth the hunt. "Summon Severus," he said to Lucius, who was still trembling on the ground, "and have Bellatrix clear the Malfoy Manor dungeons. We're going to need workspace." The next 3 weeks were, by Voldemort standards, productive. The yellow ring, he discovered, operated on principles that were simultaneously alien and intimately familiar. Where magic required incantation and focus and years of study, the ring required only emotion, specifically, the ability to generate and project fear. And Voldemort's capacity for generating fear was, the ring informed him in its thin, screaming voice, the highest the Sinstro core had ever recorded in a species previously unregistered in the emotional spectrum database. His constructs were nightmarish. Where Harry's ring built with the precision of an architect, Voldemort's built with the instinct of an artist who painted exclusively in screams. A serpent construct that radiated aura of fear in a 100-meter radius. A cage that showed its prisoners their worst nightmares while they were awake. A blade that didn't cut flesh but severed courage, leaving the victim alive and physically intact but stripped of the will to resist. This last construct fascinated him most. The courage-severing blade was, in essence, a weaponized version of the Dementor's kiss, but targeted, controllable, and reversible at the wielder's discretion. A person struck by it would feel their bravery drain away like blood from a wound, replaced by a bottomless, paralyzing terror that made the Cruciatus curse look humane. Voldemort tested it on a captured Muggle, and the result was so effective that even Bellatrix, who had spent 14 years in Azkaban surrounded by Dementors, looked away. "The blade is crude," Voldemort said, examining the trembling, mindless figure on the floor with clinical detachment. "I can refine it." "My lord," Lucius ventured, and his voice contained a tremor that the yellow ring drank like wine. "The ring, this power, it is beyond anything. It is a tool, Lucius, nothing more, like a wand, like magic itself. The power lies not in the instrument but in the hand that wields it." He raised that hand, the yellow ring glowing on his skeletal finger, "and my hand has never wavered." He turned his attention to the strategic implications. The Green Lantern ring, Harry's ring, was a problem, not because the boy was powerful, not because willpower could counter fear. Those were tactical considerations, manageable through planning and force. The problem was informational. Harry had access to a technology that the wizarding world had no framework for understanding, and that meant the boy had an intelligence advantage that Voldemort, despite his yellow ring's own capabilities, couldn't fully assess. What did Harry know? What had the ring told him? How much had he trained? Had he told anyone? Voldemort needed a spy inside Hogwarts, and he already had one. "Severus," he said, when Snape arrived at Malfoy Manor, kneeling on the flagstones with his greasy hair curtaining his face, "I have a task for you, one that supersedes all others." "My lord, Harry Potter has acquired an artifact of considerable power, an artifact from beyond our world. I need you to observe him carefully, subtly, and report any changes in his behavior, his abilities, or his associations." Snape's black eyes flickered with something that might have been interest. "What manner of artifact?" "A ring." Voldemort held up his own ringed hand, and the yellow light cast Snape's face in sickly amber. "Similar to this one. Its power source is different, but its capabilities are comparable. I need to know how he's using it, who he's told, and whether Dumbledore is aware." "Dumbledore has fled the school. Umbridge controls Hogwarts now." "Umbridge controls nothing. Hogwarts controls itself, and the castle has never accepted anyone who didn't earn its respect. But Dumbledore's absence creates opportunity. Potter will be isolated, vulnerable. Watch him, Severus, and bring me everything." Snape bowed and withdrew, and Voldemort turned back to his constructs. The fear blade needed work. The Aura of Terror needed range extension. And the ring had shown him something else, a technique that the Sinestro Corps called fear embodiment, in which the wielder didn't just project fear but became it, transforming their physical form into a living construct of yellow light that was immune to conventional damage and radiated terror in all directions. Voldemort practiced this technique for 6 hours straight, and by the time he finished, the wards around Malfoy Manor had cracked from the ambient fear energy, and the Muggle village a mile away had reported a mass panic event that the Muggle authorities attributed to contaminated water. He wasn't just learning to use the ring. He was mastering it with a speed that the ring itself seemed to find remarkable. The Sinestro Corps database contained records of thousands of fear wielders across the galaxy, and Voldemort's progression curve outstripped all of them. Because Voldemort understood something that most fear wielders didn't. Fear wasn't just an emotion. It was a relationship. It existed between two parties, the one who feared and the one who was feared, and the power came not from the fear itself, but from the dynamic between them. To wield fear effectively, you had to understand it from both sides. You had to know what people feared, why they feared it, and how to position yourself at the intersection of their worst nightmares with the precision of a surgeon placing a scalpel. Tom Riddle had been a frightened child once. A parentless boy in a wartime orphanage, surrounded by children who sensed his difference and punished him for it. He remembered fear, not with vulnerability but with the analytical detachment of a scientist studying a disease he'd cured in himself. That remembered fear was the template for everything he'd built since. The name, the face, the ideology, the movement, the war. All of it was architecture, and fear was the foundation. The yellow ring was the capstone. He sent his first test into Hogwarts 3 weeks after receiving the ring. Not a Death Eater, not a spy. A construct, a tendril of yellow light so thin it was invisible to the naked eye, threaded through the dimensional cracks that the ring's arrival had created in Hogwarts wards. The tendril couldn't penetrate the castle's defenses enough to do physical damage, but it could do something more insidious. It could amplify existing fear. The tendril settled into the stones of the castle like a virus entering a cell, and everywhere it touched, the ambient fear increased. Students who were merely anxious about exams became consumed by dread. Teachers who were frustrated with Umbridge's regime became paranoid. The general atmosphere of unease that had pervaded the school all year intensified into something thicker, darker, more oppressive. Umbridge, ironically, was the greatest beneficiary. Her inquisitorial squad became more aggressive. Her educational decrees became more draconian. The fear she generated naturally was amplified by the tendril, until the student body was in a state of constant low-level terror that had professors walking on eggshells and first-years crying in the corridors. Voldemort observed all of this through the tendril's feedback, and he was patient. The fear amplification served a dual purpose. It weakened the school's collective morale, and it drew a response from the one person who could detect it: Harry Potter. The response came faster than Voldemort expected. Harry felt it on a Wednesday morning, sitting in the Great Hall, eating toast and reviewing Hermione's latest research notes. The ring, which had been performing passive environmental scans continuously since he'd first put it on, flagged an anomaly. Warning: foreign emotional spectrum energy detected. Classification: yellow. Fear: concentration is low but increasing. Source appears to be integrated with the castle's structural enchantments. Harry set down his toast very carefully. Around him, the Great Hall buzzed with its usual breakfast chaos, but the ring was overlaying his vision with a scan that showed something wrong. The emotional atmosphere of the room was off, like a photograph with the contrast turned too high. The fear levels were elevated, not dramatically, not enough for anyone to consciously notice, but enough to shift behavior at the margins. Arguments were sharper. Anxiety was higher. The first year at the end of the Gryffindor table who'd been homesick all term was now crying into her porridge, and the friends who would normally have comforted her were too caught up in their own escalated worries to notice. Harry excused himself from breakfast and found an empty classroom. He raised the ring and ordered a full diagnostic. The results were chilling. A tendril of yellow energy, thin, sophisticated, almost undetectable, had been threaded through the castle's ward structure. It wasn't attacking the wards, it was riding them, using the castle's own magical infrastructure as a delivery system for fear amplification. It was the emotional equivalent of poisoning a water supply. Origin: external. The tendril entered through dimensional microfractures in the ward boundary. These fractures are consistent with the passage of an emotional spectrum artifact through the wards. My ring created these fractures when it arrived. Correct. The fractures were also exploited to introduce this yellow energy. The ring assesses with high confidence that the source is a Sinstro core power ring. Harry leaned against the desk and felt the world tilt. A Sinstro core ring. On Earth, the fear-wielding counterpart to his willpower ring, and it was already here, already active, already attacking his school. Can you identify the bearer? Negative. The tendril does not carry sufficient data to identify the individual wielder. However, the ring notes that the fear energy signature contains traces of a magical field consistent with the most powerful dark wizards in this region. He didn't need the ring to finish that thought. Voldemort had a yellow ring. Harry closed his eyes and breathed. The ring pulsed on his finger, not in alarm but in readiness, the steady, warming pulse of a tool that had been designed for exactly this situation. Green against yellow, will against fear, the oldest conflict in the emotional spectrum. How do I remove the tendril? direct application of green spectrum energy to the affected ward nodes. The tendril is fragile, it relies on stealth rather than strength. Concentrated willpower should be sufficient to purge it, without anyone noticing. Possible if the purge is conducted gradually. A sudden removal would create a detectable energy signature. Harry opened his eyes and began to plan. He spent that night in the room of requirement, but not training. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor with the ring projected a three-dimensional map of Hogwarts' entire ward structure, a web of golden light so complex and beautiful that it looked like a nervous system rendered in architecture. The yellow tendril was visible within it, a dark thread, pulsing faintly, woven through the wards like a parasitic vine through the branches of a tree. Harry began to remove it. It was delicate work, more surgery than combat. He extended thin filaments of green light through the castle's walls, following the tendril's path, wrapping each section in willpower and dissolving it. The yellow energy resisted, but weakly. Voldemort had designed the tendril for stealth, not durability, and Harry's concentrated will burned through it the way sunlight burned through fog. It took 4 hours. By the time he finished, the last trace of yellow energy had been purged from the wards, and the castle's emotional atmosphere was already beginning to normalize. Harry could feel it, a subtle relaxation, like a held breath being released, as the amplified fear dissipated and the genuine emotions of 1,000 sleeping students reasserted themselves. But purging the tendril wasn't enough. Voldemort would know it had been removed. He would know that someone at Hogwarts had the ability to detect and counter yellow spectrum energy. And since the only thing that could counter yellow was green, he would know with certainty that Harry had used the ring. The element of surprise was crumbling. Harry had bought time, but the clock was now running. He told Ron and Hermione the next morning in the room of requirement before dawn. Ron took it with the grim pragmatism that Harry had come to rely on. So Voldemort has a fear ring. How strong is he? The ring can't measure his power directly from just the tendril, but based on the sophistication of the fear amplification technique, we're looking at someone who's already mastered basic construct creation and moved into advanced applications. He's been practicing. Of course he has, Hermione said tightly. He's Voldemort. He doesn't dabble in things, he masters them. The question, Ron said, is whether he's mastered it enough to come here personally. Not yet, Harry said. The tendril was a probe. He's testing defenses, gathering intelligence. He's not ready for a direct confrontation. How do you know? Because if he were ready, he wouldn't have bothered with subtlety. When Voldemort decides to attack, he doesn't send tendrils. He comes himself with everything he has, and he doesn't stop until the objective is achieved. The fact that he's still in the intelligence-gathering phase means we have time. How much time? Hermione asked. Harry consulted the ring. Unknown, weeks maybe. The ring's models suggest he's still learning the yellow ring's capabilities. He'll want to be confident before he moves. Then we use those weeks, Ron said. Harry, you need to push harder, faster. If Voldemort has a fear ring and you have a will ring, this is going to come down to a direct confrontation between those two forces. And when it does, you need to be stronger. Harry nodded. He'd already reached the same conclusion. The training intensified dramatically. In the room of requirement, Harry pushed the ring to its limits and then pushed past them. He practiced construct creation at speed, the ability to go from thought to physical construct in milliseconds. Because in a fight against another ring bearer, the speed of your imagination was literally the speed of your weapon. He practiced multi-construct management, maintaining 5, 6, 7 independent constructs simultaneously, while still having enough focus left to cast spells with his wand. He practiced the mental shield, reinforcing it daily, layering it with the same obsessive thoroughness that Voldemort was surely using to build his own defenses. And he practiced something new, The ring called it will projection, the ability to extend his willpower beyond constructs, to project his determination as a field effect that could bolster the will of allies and resist the fear projection of enemies. It was, in essence, the opposite of what Voldemort's tendril had done. Where the yellow ring amplified fear, the green ring could amplify courage. Harry tested it during a DA meeting, broadcasting a subtle field of will reinforcement while Neville practiced the Patronus. The result was striking. Neville's mist solidified into a fully corporeal lion that bounded around the room with exuberant energy, and Neville himself stood straighter, his voice steadier, his wand movements more confident. "I don't know what's different today," Neville said, grinning, "but everything feels easier." Harry said nothing, but he filed the observation. Will projection worked. And if it could turn Neville Longbottom into a confident caster in minutes, imagine what it could do in a battle, with dozens of wands drawing strength from his determination. The second confrontation with Voldemort's power came not through the wards but through Draco Malfoy. Harry noticed it on a Friday crossing paths with Malfoy in the dungeons. The ring's passive scan triggered automatically, as it always did in the presence of other people, mapping emotional signatures out of habit. And Malfoy's signature was wrong. The Slytherin prefect's usual emotional palette, a nauseating blend of arrogance, insecurity, and reflected malice, was overlaid with something foreign. A thread of yellow energy, different from the tendril that had infiltrated the wards. This was personal. Intimate, it was woven into Malfoy's emotional core like a second skeleton, reinforcing certain traits and suppressing others. Voldemort had given Malfoy a fear artifact, not a ring, nothing that powerful. The ring scan identified it as something more like a battery, a container of stored yellow energy linked to Malfoy's own capacity for generating fear. It amplified his cruelty, sharpened his malice, and most dangerously, gave him access to a crude version of the fear projection that Voldemort wielded with such precision. Harry watched Malfoy strut down the corridor, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, and felt the yellow energy radiating from him like heat from a furnace. The younger students in the corridor flinched as Malfoy passed, and Harry could see why. The fear projection was hitting them subconsciously, amplifying their anxiety, making Malfoy seem more threatening than a 17-year-old bully had any right to be. "Diagnostic," Harry whispered. "What's the artifact's range?" "Approximately 15 meters. The effect is crude, undirected broadcast of low-level fear. The bearer does not appear to be consciously controlling it." "Can it detect me?" "Negative. The artifact lacks scanning capability. It is a one-way amplifier." "Can I neutralize it without Malfoy knowing?" "The artifact could be disrupted by a focused will pulse. However, this would create a detectable energy event." "Alternative. You could establish a will field that counters the fear projection passively, nullifying its effects without attacking the source." Harry chose the second option. He formed a thin, invisible field of willpower around himself, not a shield, just a steady broadcast of calm determination that counteracted the yellow energy the way white noise counteracted sound. As he passed Malfoy in the corridor, the fear projection hit the will field and dissolved. The first year behind Harry, who had been trembling, stopped trembling. Harry walked on without breaking stride, but the encounter crystallized something. Voldemort wasn't just acquiring power, he was distributing it, giving fear artifacts to his followers, amplifying their natural cruelty with yellow spectrum energy, building a network of low-level fear projectors that could terrorize a school, a town, a country. It was the Dark Mark strategy, evolved. The mark had been a symbol, a brand that struck fear through recognition. The artifacts were the next generation, tools that struck fear through direct emotional manipulation, bypassing the rational mind entirely. Harry needed to counter this, and he needed to do it in a way that didn't reveal his ring. The answer came to him during a DA meeting, watching Hermione teach shield charms to a group of fourth years. Emotional resilience training. He couldn't give the DA green rings, but he could teach them to resist fear, the specific, targeted emotional spectrum fear that Voldemort was now weaponizing. The Patronus was already proof of concept. If positive emotion could drive back a Dementor, then cultivated courage could resist a fear construct. Not through magic, but through will. He restructured the DA's training that week. Alongside the spell practice, he introduced exercises that Hermione, who had been devouring every book on magical psychology she could find, helped him design. "Here is a signal," Harry told the assembled DA. "That's all it is. It's your mind telling you something is wrong, something is dangerous, pay attention. And that signal is useful, you should listen to it. But there's a difference between listening to fear and obeying it." He paced in front of them, 23 faces upturned, and he thought about what the ring had taught him. The difference is choice. When you feel afraid, you can choose what to do with that fear. You can let it paralyze you, freeze, run, surrender. Or you can let it inform you. Use it. Let the fear tell you what the threat is, and then decide with a clear mind how to respond. That's not the same as being fearless. Being fearless is stupid. It means you're not paying attention. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision that something else matters more. The room was silent. Neville was nodding slowly. Ginny Weasley had her jaw set in a way that reminded Harry painfully of her mother. Even the fourth years, who were usually fidgety, were still. "We're going to practice this," Harry said. "Not with spells, not yet, with your minds. Because the fight that's coming isn't going to be won by the person with the fastest wand. It's going to be won by the person who can stand in the face of real terror and choose not to break." He taught them meditation techniques adapted from what the ring had shown him about mental fortification, breathing exercises, visualization, the ability to acknowledge fear without being consumed by it. Hermione supplemented his instruction with theoretical frameworks drawn from Muggle psychology and magical theory alike, building a curriculum that was half combat training and half emotional conditioning. The results were remarkable. Within a week, the DA's collective emotional resilience, measured by Harry's ring during sessions, without their knowledge, had increased measurably. Students who had struggled with the Patronus found it easier. Shield charms strengthened. Reaction times improved. The general atmosphere in the DA shifted from determined to something harder and more durable, a collective will that resonated with Harry's ring like a tuning fork. Voldemort, monitoring through Snape and whatever other intelligence channels he maintained, would eventually notice this shift. Harry was counting on it, because every moment Voldemort spent worrying about the DA's improved resistance was a moment he wasn't spending on more dangerous plans. The chess game continued. And then, on a gray April evening, with the castle settling into the tired quiet that preceded exams, Harry received a message. Not through owl or flue or enchanted coin. Through the ring. Incoming transmission. Source: OA, priority, urgent. Harry was in the room of requirement, alone, practicing construct speed drills. He stopped mid-motion, a half-formed emerald eagle dissolving in his hands. Accept. A face materialized in the air before him, projected by the ring, rendered in green light with startling fidelity. It was small, blue-skinned, enormous-headed, with eyes that contained the cold patience of geologic time. A guardian of the universe. Green Lantern of Sector 2814. The Guardian's voice was thin and vast, like wind across an empty planet. "Your ring's telemetry has been reviewed. The situation on your world has been classified as a Level 7 spectral contamination event." What does that mean? It means that the balance of the emotional spectrum on your planet has been disrupted by the introduction of fear spectrum artifacts. This contamination, if unchecked, will escalate. I'm aware. Voldemort, the fear ring bearer, is already distributing secondary artifacts. The ring's data confirms this. The contamination is currently localized but accelerating. The Guardian's project that without intervention, full spectral destabilization will occur within. The Guardian paused, consulting data Harry couldn't see. 6 to 8 of your planetary rotational cycles. 6 to 8 days. Harry felt his stomach drop. What happens at full destabilization? The dimensional barriers between your world and the emotional spectrum will collapse. Emotional energy, raw, unfiltered, will flood your planet's magical field. The result will be catastrophic. Your species' magical infrastructure is not designed to process emotional spectrum energy at that intensity. Every magical being on your world will experience uncontrolled emotional amplification. Harry saw it with the ring's help, the projection building in his mind like a simulation. A world where every wizard felt every emotion at maximum intensity, where anger became cruciatus-level rage, where fear became permanent psychosis, where love became obsession and grief became catatonia, a world where the emotional spectrum's raw power shattered every mind that touched it. How do I stop it? The contamination source must be neutralized. The yellow ring and all secondary artifacts must be destroyed or contained. Additionally, the dimensional fractures in your sector must be sealed. The fractures that my ring created when it arrived. Correct. Your ring's passage through the dimensional barriers was an unavoidable consequence of the emergency deployment. The fractures can be sealed using a construct of sufficient power, but the contamination must be addressed first. A seal will not hold against active emotional spectrum pressure. You're telling me I need to defeat Voldemort, destroy his yellow ring and all his artifacts, and then seal the dimensional fractures in 6 to 8 days. The Guardian regarded him with those ancient, patient eyes. The Green Lantern Corps was founded on the principle that willpower can overcome any obstacle given sufficient determination. Your ring selected you because your will was sufficient. The Guardians do not doubt the ring's judgment. That's very reassuring. It is not intended to be reassuring. It is intended to be accurate. The transmission ended. The Guardian's face dissolved into green motes that floated briefly before winking out, and Harry stood alone in the room of requirement with 6 days to save the world. He didn't panic. The ring wouldn't let him, and more importantly, his own will wouldn't let him. Panic was a luxury, and Harry had never been able to afford luxuries. Instead, he planned. He summoned Ron and Hermione through the enchanted coins, and when they arrived, Ron in his pajamas, Hermione in a dressing gown with a book still tucked under her arm, he told them everything. 6 days, Ron said. His voice was flat, but his mind was already moving. Harry could see it in his eyes, the chess player's rapid calculation, the general's assessment of available forces and terrain. We can't do this alone. We have to tell someone, Hermione said. Dumbledore, the Order. Someone with resources. Dumbledore's gone, Harry said. The Order is compromised. Snape is feeding information directly to Voldemort. If we tell the Order, Voldemort knows we're coming and any plan we make is dead before it starts. Then who? Harry looked at them both, and the ring glowed on his finger, and he said the thing he'd been thinking for weeks. The DA. Ron's eyebrows rose. 23 teenagers against Voldemort and a fear-powered alien ring. 23 teenagers who have been training in emotional resilience for weeks, who can produce patronesses, who have more courage per capita than the entire Ministry of Magic. Harry paused. And who have me? Hermione studied his face. You're going to tell them about the ring. I have to. The element of surprise against Voldemort is already compromised. He knows a green ring is here. What isn't compromised is the DA. He doesn't know they've been training to resist fear. He doesn't know there's a coordinated force inside Hogwarts that can support a Green Lantern in direct combat. He'll find out the moment we move, Ron pointed out. Yes, but by then it'll be too late for him to adjust. Ron, I need a battle plan. One that accounts for fear constructs, Death Eaters augmented with yellow artifacts, and Voldemort himself wielding a Sinstro core ring at full power. Ron's eyes gleamed. How long do I have? 24 hours. I'll have it in 12. Ron left. Hermione stayed. Harry. Her voice was quiet, and the ring showed him her emotional signature: fear, yes, but mostly determination, mostly will. When this is over, if we survive, the wizarding world is going to know about the ring, about the emotional spectrum, about everything. I know. Nothing will be the same. He looked at her, at his best friend, at the person who had believed in him before he'd believed in himself, and he felt the ring pulse with a warmth that transcended its alien origins. Nothing's been the same since that first night, he said. We've just been pretending. Hermione nodded, squeezed his hand, and went to gather her research. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, the power battery glowing on the table beside him, and raised his ring. In brightest day, he began, and the oath filled the room with green fire. In blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, green lantern's light. The battery roared. Green light filled the room, filled Harry, filled every corner and shadow and hidden space, and for a moment the entire castle hummed with a frequency that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with will. In the dungeons, Snape looked up from his desk and felt something he couldn't name. In her office, Umbridge shivered and pulled her cardigan tighter. In Little Hangleton, far away, the Dark Lord felt a tremor through his yellow ring and narrowed his crimson eyes. The war of the spectrum had begun. But before the war could be fought, Harry had one more thing to do, one more secret to reveal, one more test of will that had nothing to do with constructs or combat. He had to tell the DA the truth. He called the meeting for the following evening, a full emergency session, coded through the enchanted galleons that Hermione had made months ago. The coins burned in 23 pockets across the castle, and one by one, the members of Dumbledore's army made their way to the room of requirement through routes they'd practiced dozens of times. They gathered in the familiar space, but the room had changed to match Harry's intent. Gone were the training dummies and target ranges. In their place was a circular chamber, intimate and warm, with stone benches arranged in concentric rings around a central open space. It looked, Harry realized, like a courtroom or a council chamber, a place designed for truth-telling. They settled in, murmuring to each other, casting curious glances at Harry, who stood in the center with his hands at his sides and his ring still invisible. "Something's happened," Ginny said. She was sitting in the front row, her wand resting across her knees, and her eyes were sharp with the particular intelligence that the Weasley family bred into its members like height. "You wouldn't call an emergency meeting for nothing." "You're right," Harry said. "Something's happened, several somethings actually, and I owe you the truth about all of them." 23 faces watched him. Neville, Luna, the Creevy brothers, Cho, the Paddle twins, Dean, Seamus, Lavender, everyone. His soldiers, his friends. The people who'd chosen to fight when the adults in their lives had chosen denial. Harry raised his right hand and made the ring visible. The silver band appeared on his finger, the lantern symbol catching the ambient light, and the ring, responding to his intent, emitted a soft, steady green glow that painted the chamber in emerald. 2 months ago, Harry said, something found me. Something from outside our world. This ring chose me because of something it calls willpower, the same force I've been teaching you to cultivate in our sessions. It's not magic. It's something different, something older in some ways than magic itself. He showed them. Not the full extent of his power, Ron's tactical instinct, now deeply internalized, restrained him from revealing everything even to allies. But enough. He created constructs, a shield, a sword, the miniature Hogwarts that he'd shown Ron and Hermione that first night. He demonstrated flight, hovering 3 feet above the ground with the ring's green aura wrapping him in light. He projected the three-dimensional ward map of the castle, showing them the architecture of the enchantments that protected their home. The DA watched in absolute silence. When he finished, he told them the rest. Voldemort's yellow ring, the fear artifacts, the dimensional fractures, and the 6-day countdown. He held nothing back except the specific capabilities of the ring that Ron had designated strategic reserves, tricks and techniques that would only work once, against an enemy who didn't know they existed. "I'm not telling you this because I need your help," Harry said, which was a lie but a necessary one. "I'm telling you because you deserve to know what you've been training for." The emotional resilience exercises, the Patronus work, the fear resistance techniques, they weren't just general preparation. They were specific preparation for this, for an enemy who wields fear itself as a weapon. "You've been training us to fight a war we didn't know about," Ernie Macmillan said, and his voice was hard. "Yes. You should have told us sooner. Maybe, but would you have believed me?" Silence. Because they remembered, all of them remembered the beginning of the year when the Daily Prophet had called Harry a liar and a lunatic, and half the school had believed it. They remembered how long it had taken them to accept that Voldemort was back. Adding alien power rings to that conversation 2 months ago would have been a step too far. "I believe you now," Neville said quietly, and the simplicity of the statement cut through the tension like a knife. "So do I," Luna said in her dreamy way. "I always knew there were lanterns. Daddy wrote an article about them in 1994. Despite everything, several people smiled. "What do you need from us?" Ginny asked, and her voice had the same iron quality that her mother's had when Molly Weasley meant business. Harry looked at Ron, who had appeared at the edge of the chamber with a rolled parchment under his arm and the expression of a chess master about to reveal a devastating endgame. "Ron has a plan," Harry said, "and I need every single one of you to make it work." Ron stepped forward and unrolled the parchment. It was a tactical map of Hogwarts and its grounds, marked with colored symbols and numbered positions that the chess player had been developing for 12 hours straight. "Voldemort's coming," Ron said, without preamble or softening. "He's coming to Hogwarts with Death Eaters and Fear Constructs, and he's coming soon. When he does, we're going to be ready. Here's how." He walked them through it. The defensive positions, the fallback points, the communication protocols, the specific countermeasures for fear construct attacks. He assigned roles based on each member's strengths. Neville and the close combat specialists as shock troops, Hermione and the charm workers as support, Luna and the Patronus capable as anti-fear units, the Creevy brothers as scouts and messengers. It was, Harry realized with a surge of pride, a genuinely brilliant plan. Ron had taken the ring's capabilities, the DA's training, and Hogwarts architecture, and woven them into an integrated defense that would have made professional military strategists nod in appreciation. The DA listened, asked sharp questions, received sharp answers, and by the time Ron finished, 23 teenagers had been transformed into something that resembled, against all probability, a functional combat unit. "One more thing," Harry said as they prepared to leave. He raised his ring hand and the green glow brightened. "The ring chose me because of my will, but will isn't a solo act. Everything I am, everything this ring responds to was built by the people in this room, by Ron's strategy, by Hermione's brilliance, by Neville's courage and Luna's clarity and Ginny's fire, and every single one of you who chose to be here when being here was dangerous and thankless and hard." He looked at them, at their faces painted in green light, and felt the ring vibrate with something that the core records had no name for. "The ring chose me, but I'm choosing you. And when the fear comes, and it will come, harder and darker than anything you've ever faced, you're going to stand. Not because you're not afraid, because you've learned that fear doesn't get to make your choices for you." The room was silent for a long moment. Then Neville stood up, and his voice was clear and firm and carried none of the stammer that had defined him for 5 years. "We'll stand," he said, "all of us." One by one the others rose. Not dramatically, not with speeches or oaths. They just stood up, and in standing they chose. Harry felt the ring blaze on his finger, and the green light in the room intensified until it was almost blinding, and he understood, not intellectually but in his bones, what the Guardians had meant when they said willpower was the center of the spectrum. It wasn't about one person's determination. It was about the ability to inspire determination in others, to light a fire that other fires could catch from, to stand so that others could stand beside you. That was the true power of the green, not constructs or shields or beams of concentrated will. This, a room full of people who refused to break. Harry looked at them, his army, his friends, his fellow soldiers in a war that had expanded beyond anything any of them had imagined, and felt for the first time that the odds might actually be in their favor. 6 days, a Dark Lord with a fear ring, Death Eaters armed with yellow artifacts, dimensional fractures threatening to tear reality apart, and against all of it, 24 wands, 1 ring, and a will that burned green in the dark. It would have to be enough. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4 Blackest Silence. The Ministry of Magic fell on a Tuesday, not with the dramatic collapse that historians would later describe, the explosions, the casualties, the dark mark burning above the atrium like a funeral pyre for civilization. Those came later. The ministry fell first in the way that institutions always fall, quietly from the inside, one compromised decision at a time, until the structure was so hollow that a single push brought the whole thing down. Harry felt it happen through the ring. He was in the room of requirement, running through the battle scenarios Ron had designed, when the ring's passive monitoring systems screamed to life with a cascade of warnings that scrolled across his consciousness like a stock ticker during a crash. Multiple emotional spectrum anomalies detected. Classification: yellow, fear. Concentration: extreme. Location: London. 51 degrees 30 minutes north, 0 degrees 7 minutes west. The ministry. Harry projected the ring's long-range scan and watched, helpless, as the golden dot of the ministry's magical signature, the accumulated enchantments of centuries of governance, visible to the ring as a warm amber glow on the map of Britain, was consumed by a tide of yellow. It happened in 11 minutes. The outer wards fell first, overwhelmed by fear constructs that didn't try to break them, but instead induced such terror in the ward keepers that they abandoned their posts. The atrium was next, Voldemort's Death Eaters, augmented by yellow artifacts, pouring through the Flu network and the visitors' entrance simultaneously, their furor preceding them like a shockwave that sent ministry employees running or cowering before the first spell was cast. The Auror office held for 4 minutes. 4 minutes of desperate combat that the ring tracked as individual signatures, was burning bright against the encroaching yellow, each one extinguishing as the fear overcame it. Some fell to spells, others fell to the constructs, and a few, the strongest, the bravest, fell to Voldemort himself, who moved through the ministry like a plague, his yellow ring blazing, his fear embodiment technique turning him into a thing of living nightmare that the human mind was not built to confront. Amelia Bones lasted longest. The ring showed her as a brilliant point of courage, will spectrum energy, burning white-hot in the center of the yellow storm. She fought for 90 seconds alone against Voldemort and 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, and the ring recorded her final moment with the cold precision of a flight recorder. Willpower output at maximum, fear resistance at extraordinary, magical capacity at critical, terminated by killing curse at 17 hours, 42 minutes, 13 seconds. Harry watched her light go out and felt something crack inside his chest. "How many?" he whispered. "Confirmed casualties, 37. Estimated additional, unknown. The Ministry's defensive enchantments have been subverted. The flu network is under hostile control. All communications are being monitored. Survivors, scattered. Some escaped through emergency portkeys. Others are hiding within the building. The ring detects approximately 60 living signatures within the Ministry complex, most exhibiting extreme fear spectrum contamination. 60 people, trapped in a building controlled by the most powerful fear wielder on Earth, their minds slowly being crushed by ambient yellow energy. Harry gripped the edge of the table and forced himself to think. He couldn't go. The rational part of his mind, the part that Ron's tactical training had sharpened into a precision instrument, understood this immediately. The Ministry was a trap as much as a conquest. Voldemort knew Harry had a green ring. He knew Harry would feel the attack. He was counting on the Green Lantern's instinct to protect, to rush toward danger, to be a hero. Going to the Ministry meant fighting Voldemort on his chosen ground, surrounded by fear constructs and Death Eaters, with no allies and no backup. It meant leaving Hogwarts undefended. It meant playing the game exactly the way Voldemort wanted it played. Harry couldn't go. But people were dying, and the ring burned on his finger with the urgency of a purpose unfulfilled. Hermione burst through the room of requirements door, her hair wild, her eyes red. Harry, the Ministry, Kingsley sent a Patronus, it's fallen there. I know. Ring's been tracking it. His voice sounded calm. He didn't feel calm. He felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff and every direction was down. Ron arrived 30 seconds later, still pulling on his shoes. He took one look at Harry's face and the ring's projected map of London, and his expression hardened into something that made him look for a moment terrifyingly like his mother. He's trying to draw you out, Ron said. Not a question. Yes. Are you going? Ron nodded. Good, because that's not where the real attack is going to be. Harry looked at him. The Ministry is a statement, Ron said, his chess player's mind cutting through the horror with surgical precision. Voldemort doesn't need the Ministry, he never has. He needs the fear of the Ministry falling, the panic, the despair. The Voldemort controls everything, and resistance is futile story that every newspaper and every mouth and every terrified whisper will spread by morning. He's using the Ministry as a fear amplifier, Hermione said, understanding clicking into place. The fall itself generates more yellow energy than any artifact. And he'll use that energy, Ron continued, to do the thing he actually wants to do, the thing that requires so much fear power that taking the Ministry was just the charging phase. Hogwarts, Harry said. Hogwarts. The three of them stood in the room of requirement, the map of fallen London glowing between them, and Harry felt the war's timeline compress. Not 6 days. Voldemort had accelerated. The Ministry was the catalyst, a strategic strike that would generate enough fear energy to power whatever assault he was planning on the castle. How long? Harry asked. Hours, Ron said. Maybe less. The fear wave from the Ministry's fall will hit public consciousness by dawn. By midday, every witch and wizard in Britain will know. By tomorrow night, the yellow energy from that collective terror will be enough to power a full-scale assault. Then we prepare now. Harry turned to the room. Room I need, he stopped. The room of requirement was already changing, walls shifting, space expanding, responding to his intent before he could articulate it. The training arena dissolved into a command center, maps of the castle and grounds on every wall, tactical displays, communication stations. Hogwarts knew what was coming. Harry sent the emergency signal through the DA's enchanted coins. 20 minutes later, every member was in the room of requirement, pulled from sleep, vibrating with adrenaline and the remnants of nightmares that the Ministry's fall had already begun to seed. Ron briefed them. Hermione supplemented with logistics. Harry stood and watched his army absorb the information. The Ministry fallen, Voldemort coming, their world collapsing around them while the adults who should have protected them were dead or captured or in hiding. Nobody panicked. Harry felt it through the ring, a collective will signature that blazed in the room like a bonfire, individual fears subsumed by shared purpose. These were not the same frightened students who'd held their first illegal meeting in the Hog's Head. These were warriors, untested, young, imperfect, but warriors. Positions, Ron said. We have until tomorrow night. Move. They moved. The next 16 hours were the most intense of Harry's life. He worked through the night and into the day, the ring sustaining him past the point where his body would normally have collapsed. He reinforced Hogwarts wards, not with magic but with will, layering green constructs into the ancient enchantments the way you'd reinforce a stone wall with steel. The castle responded to his touch, its semi-sentient awareness recognizing the ring's energy as an ally, opening pathways and revealing secrets that helped Harry strengthen defenses that the founders themselves had built. He discovered things about Hogwarts that no one alive knew, hidden passages that didn't appear on any map, defensive enchantments that had been dormant for centuries, waiting for a threat severe enough to activate them. A network of ley lines beneath the castle that channeled raw magical energy. The same ley lines, Harry realized, that the founders had tapped when they first built the school. And beneath all of it, deeper than the dungeons, deeper than the Chamber of Secrets, that pulse of yellow energy continued its ancient, patient throbbing. The containment is weakening faster, the ring reported. The emotional spectrum destabilization accelerated by the Ministry's fall is eroding the magical barriers at an increased rate. Estimated containment failure, 48 to 72 hours. Another clock. Another countdown. Harry added it to the list and kept working. Ron's battle plan was a masterpiece of tactical economy. He divided the castle into sectors, each assigned to a DA fire team with a specific mission. Hold this corridor, cover that approach, fall back to this rally point if overrun. Communication would be through enchanted coins, short bursts, coded messages, nothing that could be intercepted. The Patron-escapable members were designated as anti-fear specialists, their corporeal patronesses serving as mobile shields against yellow construct attacks. The Patroness is the natural counter to fear spectrum energy, Hermione had explained to the assembled DA. It's powered by positive emotion, the exact opposite of what Voldemort's ring generates. A strong Patroness can neutralize a fear construct on contact. Can it neutralize Voldemort? Seamus asked. No, Harry said honestly. Voldemort's personal power is too strong for any individual Patroness to counter, but it can protect you from his area of effect fear attacks, and it can deal with the lesser constructs and artifacts. I'll handle Voldemort directly. He said it without bravado, and the room heard it the same way, as a statement of tactical reality, not heroic posturing. Harry was the only one who could fight a ring bearer. That was the plan. The teachers were a variable Harry hadn't fully accounted for. McGonagall discovered the DA's preparations at dawn, when she found Neville and Dean constructing a physical barricade in the Charms corridor under Ron's direction. Her reaction was not what Harry expected. She stood in the corridor, tartan dressing gown over her nightdress, and watched two teenage boys stack furniture and enchant it with shield charms, and her face went through approximately 17 expressions before settling on something that looked like a controlled detonation of professional pride. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Thomas, would either of you care to explain why you are fortifying my corridor at 5 o'clock in the morning? Neville straightened. The Ministry's fallen, Professor. Voldemort is coming. We're getting ready. McGonagall's eyes swept the corridor, the barricade, the enchantments, the tactical markings that Ron had charted on the walls. Her wand hand didn't move, but Harry, watching through the ring's remote scanning, saw her magical signature flare with something fierce and bright and unmistakably martial. I see, she said. And who, precisely, is coordinating this defense? Harry, Professor. And Ron, McGonagall was silent for a long moment. Then she said, in a voice that could have cut glass, "The barricade needs to be 6 inches higher on the left side to account for the curvature of the corridor. And those shield charms are competent but could be improved. Allow me." Within an hour, every head of house except Snape had joined the preparations. McGonagall commanded the staff with terrifying efficiency, integrating the teacher's superior magical knowledge with the DA's tactical framework. Flitwick, who had been a dueling champion in his youth, took charge of the castle's offensive enchantments, reactivating defensive spells that hadn't been used since the last great siege of Hogwarts in the 17th century. Sprout reinforced the grounds with animated plants that would entangle approaching enemies. Even Trelawney contributed, providing predictions that were, for once, uncomfortably specific about the timing and direction of the coming attack. Umbridge tried to stop it. She descended from her office at 7 in the morning, pink cardigan buttoned to the throat, and planted herself in the entrance hall like a toad on a lily pad. "By the authority vested in me by the Minister of Magic," she said, her voice carrying the saccharine menace that she'd perfected over months of tyranny, "I order all students to return to their dormitories immediately. This is a school, not a fortress, and I will not have dolers." McGonagall's voice cracked across the hall like a whip. The Transfiguration Professor stood at the top of the main staircase, her wand in her hand, and the look on her face made even the suits of armor shift uneasily. "The ministry has fallen. The minister is likely dead. Your authority died with him. You may either help us defend this castle or you may get out of our way, but you will not interfere with the protection of these children. Am I understood?" The silence that followed was the kind that makes history. Umbridge looked at McGonagall. She looked at the DA members who lined the hall, wands drawn, faces set. She looked at Flitwick, who was smiling in a way that showed too many teeth. She looked at Sprout, whose arms were folded and whose expression promised things that involved greenhouses and manure. Umbridge left. She retreated to her office, locked the door, and was not seen again until the battle was over. Nobody missed her. Harry used the hours of preparation to strengthen his own readiness. In the room of requirement, he charged the ring to maximum capacity, practiced combat constructs at speed, and ran through the mental exercises that allowed him to maintain peak willpower under stress. The ring's charge glowed at full, and its systems, scanning, communication, construction, were optimized for battle conditions. He also did something he'd been putting off. He wrote a letter. Not a goodbye, Harry refused to frame it that way. He wrote a letter to Sirius because Sirius was the closest thing he had to a parent, and because if things went wrong, he wanted Sirius to understand what had happened and why. He wrote about the ring, about the oath, about the way willpower felt when it flowed through him, not like magic, not like power, but like purpose. Like the distillation of everything, he was into a single, burning point of determination. He wrote about his mother, about how the ring had shown him that the protection she'd given him, the love that had saved him as a baby, was itself a form of emotional spectrum energy. Violet, the love spectrum. His mother had wielded it instinctively without a ring or a battery or an oath, and it had been strong enough to deflect the killing curse. The strongest force in the universe, wielded by a woman with nothing but her will and her love. Harry sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig. "If I don't come find you within 3 days," he told the owl, "take this to Sirius." Hedwig clicked her beak and flew. The day passed in a blur of preparation, tension, and the peculiar camaraderie of people preparing for something terrible together. The Great Hall served as command center, mess hall, and hospital preparation area simultaneously. Students who weren't in the DA were evacuated through passages that the castle revealed at Harry's request, hidden tunnels that emerged miles from the school, far enough that the coming battle wouldn't reach them. Some students refused to leave. A handful of 6th and 7th years who'd never attended a DA meeting but who had family in the order, or grudges against Voldemort, or simply the raw, ungovernable courage of teenagers who'd been told to run and chose not to. Harry didn't turn them away. He assigned them to the defensive positions that Ron had designated as reserve, backup points that were heavily fortified and required minimal combat skill to hold. By evening, the castle was ready. 43 combatants, 23 DA members, 14 teachers, 6 volunteer students, arranged across Hogwarts' defensive architecture like pieces on a chessboard. The wards were reinforced with green constructs. The approaches were mined with magical traps. The hospital wing was prepped with every healing potion and medical spell that Madame Pomfrey could muster, and the matron herself was in full battle mode, her wand in one hand and a bone-mending potion in the other, daring anyone to get hurt on her watch. Harry stood on the astronomy tower at sunset and looked out over the grounds. The Black Lake was still. The Forbidden Forest was dark. The sky was clear, the first stars appearing in the east, and the evening air smelled of spring grass and old stone, and the ozone scent of too much magic concentrated in too small a space. The ring was warm on his finger. He didn't bother making it invisible anymore. Ring. What's Voldemort's current position? The ring cannot determine exact coordinates. However, long-range emotional spectrum monitoring detects a massive concentration of yellow energy approximately 300 kilometers south-southeast. The concentration is mobile and accelerating. Speed. The ring estimates arrival at Hogwarts within 4 hours. 4 hours. Harry looked at the grounds, at the ancient castle that had been his first real home, the place that had taught him magic and friendship and the specific kind of courage that came from facing monsters when you were 11 years old and didn't know any better. He was going to protect it, or die trying. There wasn't a third option, and frankly, he preferred it that way. Binary choices were cleaner. He descended from the tower and found Ron and Hermione waiting at the bottom. 4 hours, Harry said. Ron nodded. His face was pale, but his eyes were steady. He'd done everything he could as a strategist. Now he would fight as a soldier, and the transition sat on his shoulders like armor. Everything's in position. The wards will give us early warning. The moment they breach the outer perimeter, the castle's defenses activate. Hermione, the anti-fear protocols are distributed. Every combatant has a Patronus Gaster within support range. The evacuation routes are sealed from the inside. Nothing gets in through the tunnels. Good. Harry looked at them. You know I have to face him alone. We know, Hermione said, and her voice was steady in the way that told him she'd already cried about it and was done. We also know, Ron added, that alone doesn't mean unsupported. The DA will keep the Death Eaters off your back. The teachers will hold the castle. You focus on Voldemort. Let us handle everything else. Ron, don't. Ron's voice was sharp. Don't say goodbye. Don't say thank you. Don't do the thing where you act like this is the end. We're going to win, and after we win, I'm going to buy you the most expensive butterbeer in Hogsmeade, and you're going to tell me every single thing that ring can do, and then we're going to play chess and you're going to lose, because some things don't change no matter how many alien power rings you have. Harry laughed. It came out rough and raw and genuine, and it was, he realized, exactly what he needed. Deal, he said. They went down to the Great Hall together. The hours compressed. Tea was served. Conversations happened in low voices that carried the weight of things unsaid. McGonagall made rounds, adjusting positions, offering encouragement with the precise, measured warmth of a woman who'd been preparing students for the world's dangers for 40 years. Neville sat in a corner, polishing his wand, his face calm in a way that it had never been before the DA. Harry stood apart, by the great windows that looked out over the darkening grounds, and watched the sky. At 2200 hours, the ring spoke. Contact, outer ward boundary breached, multiple hostile signatures, classification, magical and emotional spectrum. Count, estimated 60 to 80 individuals. Fear spectrum energy, extreme. The castle shuddered. Every window rattled, every portrait gasped. The ancient wards, 1,000 years of layered enchantment reinforced with Harry's green constructs, groaned under the impact of Voldemort's opening assault. Harry raised his hand and the ring blazed to life. "Green light across the board," he said, and his voice carried to every corner of the great hall with a clarity that had nothing to do with volume. "They're here." Chairs scraped. Wands came up. Boots hit stone. The Battle of Hogwarts had begun. The first wave hit the castle gates 60 seconds later, 20 Death Eaters in black robes and silver masks, flanked by yellow constructs that towered above them like nightmares given form. Serpents, spiders, faceless shapes that radiated fear in visible waves, turning the night air amber and thick. Harry met them at the gates. He flew. The ring's flight capability launched him from the castle doors to the front line in 3 seconds flat, and he arrived like a comet trailing green fire, his constructs already forming around him. A wall of emerald light materialized across the gateway, absorbing the first volley of curses and fear blasts. Behind the wall, Harry threw out his hands and unleashed a barrage of construct projectiles, green bolts that hit with the precision of guided missiles, each one targeting a Death Eater's wand hand or a construct's structural weak point. 4 Death Eaters went down in the first exchange. 2 more lost their wands. A fierce serpent the size of a lorry lunged at Harry, and he caught it with a construct net, crushed it with a thought, and felt the yellow energy dissipate in a shower of amber sparks. The remaining Death Eaters fell back, and Harry didn't pursue. This was the first wave, the probe, designed to test defenses and draw out the opposition. Voldemort was watching. Harry could feel the yellow ring's attention like a weight on his shoulders, distant but focused. First wave repelled. He reported through the ring, broadcasting to the DA's communication network. "Casualties, 0. They'll come again, heavier." They came again, heavier. The second wave was 40 strong, and they didn't approach through the gates. They came from 3 directions simultaneously, through the forest, across the lake, and by air, Death Eaters on broomsticks supported by flying fear constructs that dove at the castle like yellow burning birds of prey. The DA engaged. Ron's tactical framework held. Fire teams met each approach. Patronus Gasters providing mobile fear shields, while combat-capable members hammered the attackers with Stupefy and Impedimenta and Reductor curses. The teachers anchored the defense, McGonagall transfiguring the castle's statues into a stone army that marched out to meet the ground forces, while Flitwick conducted the defensive enchantments like an orchestra, walls of magic rising and falling with devastating precision. Harry was everywhere. The ring's flight and construct capabilities made him a one-person rapid reaction force. He'd appear at whatever point the line was weakest, shore up the defense with a construct wall or a barrage of will bolts, and then streak away to the next crisis point. He couldn't be in all places at once, but the ring scanning gave him perfect awareness of the entire battlefield, and he moved with the calculated efficiency of someone who could see the whole board. The second wave broke after 12 minutes. The Death Eaters retreated into the forest, dragging their wounded, and the fear constructs dissolved without their master's focus to sustain them. The DA cheered, raw, fierce, young, and Harry let them have their moment. It wouldn't last. Third wave incoming, the ring reported. Composition, all remaining hostile forces. Count, approximately 30 magical combatants plus anomaly. The ring detects one signature of extreme yellow spectrum power. Classification, Sinstro Core Ring Bearer. Voldemort. Harry landed on the castle steps and his ring pulsed, and the green light around him intensified until he glowed like a star. "He's coming," Harry said through the network. "All units hold your positions. Do not engage the primary target. I repeat, do not engage Voldemort. He's mine." The third wave came out of the darkness like a wall. 30 Death Eaters spread in a combat line, wands blazing. Behind them, around them, above them, yellow constructs in such numbers that the sky turned amber, a dome of fear energy that pressed down on the castle like a physical weight. And at the center, walking with the unhurried pace of absolute confidence, Voldemort. He was beautiful in a terrible way. The yellow ring had transformed him. His robes were gone, replaced by a construct bodysuit of amber light that hugged his skeletal frame and pulsed with living fear. His red eyes blazed with yellow fire. His hands trailed tendrils of fear energy that reached out toward the castle's defenders like questing fingers, and everywhere they touched, courage withered. Neville felt it first. He staggered, his Patronus flickering, and for a horrible moment, Harry saw the old Neville, the frightened, stammering boy, surface in his face. But then Neville set his jaw, and the lion Patronus roared back to life, and the fear tendril recoiled as if burned. Voldemort noticed. His crimson-yellow eyes found Neville across the battlefield, and something like amusement crossed that inhuman face. "Children," Voldemort said, and his voice carried across the grounds with a resonance that was part magic and part yellow spectrum amplification, each word hitting the defenders like a physical blow of dread. "You send children against me." Harry stepped forward. His ring blazed. The green light met the amber at the midpoint between them, and where the two colors touched, the air crackled with energies that the physical world was not meant to contain. "These children have held your army off 3 times tonight," Harry said. "Your Death Eaters are running, your constructs are broken, and you came here yourself because your fear wasn't enough to do the job from a distance." Voldemort's eyes found the ring on Harry's hand, and his smile widened. "Harry Potter, the Green Lantern, I've been looking forward to this." "I know, your tendril told me," a flicker of surprise quickly suppressed. "You found that, I'm impressed." "I found it, destroyed it, and used the energy profile to calibrate my defenses against every fear technique you've demonstrated tonight. Your constructs have a spectral weakness at the 200 nanometer band. Your fear aura has a maximum effective range of 40 meters. And your fear embodiment technique, while visually impressive, actually reduces your combat flexibility, because it locks your ring's output into a single configuration." Surprise was not suppressed this time. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, and Harry felt the yellow ring's power surge, a tidal wave of fear that hit his green shields and broke against them like ocean against cliff. "You've done your homework," Voldemort said softly. "Commendable, it won't save you. We'll see." They faced each other across the blasted grounds of Hogwarts, the boy with the green ring and the Dark Lord with the yellow, will against fear, the center of the emotional spectrum against its most terrible edge. And then, without ceremony or declaration, they began. Voldemort opened with a fear construct barrage, a dozen yellow serpents, each one the size of a basilisk, hurling themselves at Harry from every direction. Harry responded with constructs of his own, a sphere of interlocking green shields that caught the serpents and crushed them, their yellow energy shattering against his will like glass against granite. The Dark Lord followed with a spell construct combination, killing curses woven through fear constructs, the green deathlight hidden inside amber shells that made it impossible to distinguish lethal spells from fear attacks until they hit. It was brilliant. It was the kind of tactic that would have killed anyone who relied on a single defense system. Harry relied on 2. His ring constructs caught the fear shells while his wand erected physical magical shields that deflected the killing curses. The dual defense worked, each system covering the other's blind spots, and Voldemort's combination attack broke against a wall of green light and silver spell shields. They traded strikes for 90 seconds, an eternity in combat. Harry threw, construct lances that Voldemort batted aside with fear walls. Voldemort cast Cruciatus through yellow amplifiers that tripled the spell's range and intensity, and Harry's mental shield absorbed the emotional component while his physical shields blocked the magical one. They moved across the grounds, their battle tearing furrows in the earth and sending shockwaves through the air, and around them the larger battle raged, DA against Death Eaters, Patronus against Fear Construct, Courage against Terror. Harry was holding his own. But he wasn't winning, and the ring's charge indicator was dropping steadily. Voldemort's yellow ring drew power from the ambient fear on the battlefield. Every terrified scream, every moment of panic, every wavering resolve fed his power like fuel into an engine. Harry's green ring drew power from his own willpower, which was finite. He needed to change the equation. Ring, Harry thought, between parrying a fear blade and launching a construct battering ram. The will projection technique, can I extend it to the entire battlefield? Theoretically possible. The energy expenditure would be significant. The ring estimates a 30% charge reduction. 30%. It would leave him at 40%, dangerous but not critical. Harry made the calculation in the space between heartbeats, weighed the risk against the reward, and chose. He planted his feet. He raised his ring hand above his head, and he opened the floodgates. Green light erupted from the ring in a sphere that expanded across the entire battlefield, not a construct, not a weapon, but a broadcast. Pure willpower radiated outward in every direction, washing over every combatant like a warm wind. It carried no violence, no compulsion, no control. It carried only this, the absolute, unbreakable certainty that the people it touched could stand, could fight, could choose courage over fear. The effect was immediate and devastating to Voldemort's forces. Every DA member on the field felt it. Neville's Patronus doubled in size, the lion standing taller than a horse and roaring with a voice that shook the ground. Ginny, who'd been dueling two Death Eaters simultaneously and losing ground, suddenly wasn't losing ground anymore. Her spells hit harder, her shields held firmer, her will blazed green in a way that the Death Eaters couldn't understand but absolutely felt. Ron, commanding from the astronomy tower, felt clarity settle over his tactical mind like a lens clicking into focus, and his next 3 orders turned the tide of 3 separate engagements. The Death Eaters felt it too. Not the boost, the terror, because they'd been relying on fear as a force multiplier, and suddenly the fear wasn't working. Their opponents weren't afraid. Their victims weren't cowering. The psychology of domination that had been their greatest weapon shattered against a wall of green willpower that they had no framework to understand. 3 Death Eaters broke and ran. 5 more lost their nerve and surrendered. The yellow constructs, dependent on ambient fear for sustenance, began to flicker and die. And Voldemort, for the first time in the battle, took a step back. Harry saw it. The ring saw it. And in that single backward step, Harry read everything he needed to know about Tom Marvolo Riddle. The Dark Lord was afraid, not of Harry's power, not of the green ring, not of the constructs or the spells or the tactical situation. Voldemort was afraid because, for the first time in his existence, his fundamental assumption about the world had been challenged. He had built his entire empire on the belief that fear was the ultimate power, that if you could make people afraid enough, nothing could stand against you. And Harry had just demonstrated, in front of his army and his enemies alike, that will was stronger. The fear that Voldemort felt in that moment wasn't the terror of a man facing defeat. It was the existential dread of a man watching his worldview collapse. And his yellow ring drank it in. Voldemort screamed, a sound that no human throat should have been able to produce, amplified by the yellow ring into a weapon that hit the battlefield like a shockwave. Every window in Hogwarts shattered. The ground cracked. The fear embodiment technique exploded outward from Voldemort in a burst of yellow that turned the night sky amber from horizon to horizon. When the light faded, the Dark Lord stood at the center of a crater, transformed. The yellow bodysuit had become something else, a construct form that was less humanoid and more elemental, a writhing mass of amber energy shaped like every nightmare simultaneously, with Voldemort's crimson eyes burning at its core. "You think will is enough?" Voldemort's voice came from everywhere. "You think courage and determination can overcome what I am? I am fear itself, Potter. I have been fear since before you were born. Every shadow that moves in the corner of your vision. Every creak in the dark. Every whispered name that parents use to frighten their children into obedience. I am the thing the world is afraid of, and no amount of green light will change that." Harry stood in the crater's edge, his ring at 40%, his shields holding, his heart hammering, and looked at the thing that Tom Riddle had become. "You're wrong," Harry said, and his voice was quiet, but the ring carried it and everyone heard. "You're not fear itself. You're a man who's afraid of death, and you turned that fear outward because facing it was too hard. Everything you've built, the Horcruxes, the Death Eaters, the Dark Marks, and the terror and the murder, all of it is a frightened boy in an orphanage, trying to make the world afraid of him because he can't stop being afraid himself." The yellow light convulsed. The nightmare form shuddered, and Harry felt through the ring something remarkable. The fear energy around Voldemort destabilized. For just a moment, a fraction of a second, the truth of Harry's words hit Tom Riddle behind every defense he'd ever built, and his own fear consumed a sliver of his power. It wasn't enough to end the fight, but it was enough to prove something. Voldemort could be shaken. The Dark Lord recovered instantly, his vast intelligence papering over the crack with rage and power. He launched himself at Harry with the full force of the yellow ring, a typhoon of fear and fury that would have obliterated anything less than a lantern. Harry met it head-on. Green against yellow, will against fear, the light of the spectrum's center against the howling dark of its edge. They clashed above the castle, two blazing figures, and the shockwaves of their battle set off seismographs in Edinburgh and shattered windows in Hogsmeade. Harry was losing. Not quickly, not decisively. But the math was inexorable. Voldemort drew power from the world's fear, and there was so much fear in the world tonight. Harry drew power from his own will, and no matter how extraordinary that will was, it was one will against the collected terror of a nation. His constructs weakened. His shields thinned. The ring's charge dropped 30%, 25-20. Voldemort pressed the advantage, battering Harry with constructs and curses and the relentless pressure of a fear aura that turned the air itself into a weapon. Harry fell. He hit the ground hard, cratering the lawn beside the lake, and for a moment the world went gray. The ring flickered on his finger. The green light dimmed. Above him, Voldemort descended, his nightmare form looming, his yellow ring blazing. "It ends here, Potter." Harry lay in the crater and looked up at the thing that had haunted his life since he was a baby. The ring was at 18%. His body was bruised. His mind was exhausted. And somewhere in the space between thought and feeling, a voice that sounded like his mother whispered a single word. "Stand." Harry stood. The ring flared, not with the steady green glow of willpower, but with something brighter, something that contained green but also silver and gold and the faintest trace of violet, a light that the ring's records had no classification for because it had never been recorded. It was will, but it was also love and hope. And the fierce, ungovernable determination of a boy who had never been given a reason to survive, and had survived anyway, again and again, because something inside him was stronger than anything the universe had thrown at it. "No," Harry said, "it doesn't end here." He raised his ring and the light exploded outward. The new energy, whatever it was, this hybrid of will and love and something nameless, surged through the ring and into the constructs Harry had scattered across the battlefield. Every green shield brightened. Every ward he'd reinforced with emerald light flared with new intensity. And across the castle, every member of the DA felt it, a second wave of will projection, but different this time. Warmer. More personal. Not just the broadcast of determination, but the specific, individual message that Harry Potter believed in them, knew them, and would fight for them with everything he had. Voldemort's nightmare form recoiled. "What is this?" The Dark Lord's voice lost its resonance, thinning to something that sounded for just a moment like the hiss of a cornered snake. "This isn't will. This isn't any color I've—" "No," Harry said, rising from the crater, green-gold light wrapping around him like armor. "It's not any color, it's all of them." He didn't fully understand what he was doing. The ring was operating in territory that its records didn't cover. Its systems were logging everything, classifying nothing, running on instinct and the bearer's intent rather than established protocol. But Harry didn't need to understand it. He needed to use it, and the ring responded to need the way rivers responded to gravity. He hit Voldemort with everything he had. Not constructs, not beams, not tactical applications of willpower. He hit the Dark Lord with the raw, undiluted force of who he was, 15 years of survival, of loss, of love received and love remembered, and love that persisted past death and across dimensions. The green light carried it all, focused through the ring into a lance of energy that struck Voldemort's fear form in the center and bore through it like sunlight through shadow. Voldemort screamed again, but this time the scream was different. This time it carried genuine pain, not physical, not magical, but emotional. The lance of light was doing something to the yellow ring's constructs that the fear spectrum had no defense against. It wasn't overpowering them. It wasn't destroying them. It was unraveling them, pulling apart the fear that held them together by addressing the underlying emotion, showing each fear for what it really was. A distortion, a corruption, a natural signal twisted into a weapon. The nightmare form began to dissolve. Voldemort poured more power into it. Harry could feel the yellow ring straining, drawing fear from every source it could reach. But the dissolution continued. The form shrank, simplified, lost its abstract horror, and resolved back into the shape of a man. A tall, pale man in dark robes, with red eyes and a flat nose and a yellow ring on his finger that was flickering like a dying flame. But Voldemort was not finished. The Dark Lord's intelligence was as formidable as his power, and even now, even wounded, even with his constructs failing around him, he was thinking, planning, calculating. He raised his wand, not the ring. The wand, Holly's twin. The brother of Harry's own, Avada Kedavra. The killing curse blazed across the space between them. Green, sickly, wrong, and Harry's ring identified it in milliseconds. Red-yellow spectrum energy carried on a magical vector, targeting the emotional core, designed to sever the connection between will and life. Harry raised his wand and his ring simultaneously. Expelliarmus. The spells met midair, and for the second time in Harry's life, the twin cores connected. But this time, the connection wasn't just magical. The ring fed into it, green willpower flooding the golden thread that joined the two wands, strengthening Harry's side, amplifying his spell's intent. The killing curse pushed. The disarming charm pushed back, and the ring tipped the balance. The priori incantatum effect erupted between them, but magnified 100-fold by the emotional spectrum energy pouring through both rings. Golden beads formed along the connecting thread, each one containing a fragment of the last spells Voldemort's wand had cast. And this time, Harry didn't just see the echoes of the dead. He felt them. Cedric's will, bright and strong and cut short, still burning. The old Muggle man from the Riddle house, confusion and courage in equal measure. Bertha Jorkins, terror transformed at the last into defiance. And then, at the end of the golden thread, his parents. James materialized first, stepping out of the wand's tip with the same casual grace he'd had in life. His spectral form was infused with green-gold light, the ring's energy giving the echo more substance than Priori Incantatem had ever produced. He looked at Harry with eyes that crinkled at the corners, and his will signature blazed like a bonfire. Lily came next, and the ring nearly overloaded. Her emotional signature was a supernova. Love, violet spectrum energy, the ring classified automatically, poured from her echo in quantities that the ring's sensors could barely measure. It was the same energy that had saved Harry as a baby, the same force that had burned Quirrell's hands and shielded Harry from the killing curse. But now, amplified by the ring and the Priori Incantatem and the raw emotional power of a mother's love expressed across the boundary between life and death, it was something else entirely. It was the color white, all colors at once, the full spectrum united. Harry, Lily's voice was warm and real and impossible. You've done so well. Mum. The word came out broken. We're proud of you, James said, and his echo form turned toward Voldemort with an expression that Harry had never seen on his father's face. Not anger, not contempt, but pity. Both of us. The golden thread pulsed. The echoes surged forward, surrounding Voldemort and the Dark Lord, the most feared wizard alive, wielder of the yellow ring, master of death's fear, flinched. Because the echoes weren't attacking him. They were showing him something. The ring's connection and the Priori Incantatem and the emotional spectrum energies had combined to create a window, a mirror, that reflected Tom Riddle's own soul back at him. And Tom Riddle's soul was afraid. The moment lasted 3 seconds. Then Voldemort ripped the connection apart with a burst of yellow energy that sent the echoes scattering like leaves in a gale, and the golden thread snapped and the twin wands separated. Both combatants staggered. Harry's ring was at 12%. Voldemort's fear form was gone, his yellow ring dimming, his physical form visibly weakened. They faced each other across scorched ground, exhausted, battered, and neither one willing to fall. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. Blood, actual blood, impossibly, trickled from the corner of his thin mouth. The ring had done something to him. The spectral mirror had damaged something inside that went deeper than flesh. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. Voldemort disapparated. The crack of his departure echoed across the grounds, and with him went the remaining Death Eaters, those who could still move, vanishing in a cascade of pops that sounded like the final notes of a symphony nobody wanted to hear. The Battle of Hogwarts was over. Harry stood in the ruined grounds, his ring flickering at 12%, and looked up at the castle. It was damaged, towers cracked, windows shattered, walls scored with spell fire and fear-construct burns. But it stood. Hogwarts stood as it had stood for 1,000 years, battered but unbroken. Around him, the DA emerged from their positions. Neville bleeding from a cut above his eye but grinning. Ginny, her hair singed, her wand trailing smoke. Luna, untouched and serene, as if the entire battle had been a moderately interesting nature documentary. Ron, descending from the tower, his tactical map clutched in one hand, already analyzing what they could do better next time. Hermione reached him first. She didn't speak. She threw her arms around him and held on, and Harry held on back, and the ring, at 12%, flickering, exhausted, produced one final construct. A small, warm pulse of green light that wrapped around them both like a blanket. "Casualties?" Harry asked, his voice muffled against her shoulder. "Minor injuries only," Ron reported, arriving at a run. "Pomfrey's already patching people up. No fatalities, not one, not one. 43 defenders against Voldemort's army and not a single death." Harry closed his eyes and felt the ring pulse once more on his finger, and somewhere deep inside him, in the place where fear lived alongside courage and grief sat beside hope, the small, fierce voice said, "You stood. All of you stood. But the clock was still running." Voldemort was retreating, not defeated. The dimensional fractures were still widening, and beneath the castle that ancient yellow pulse was growing stronger. Tomorrow, the real fight would begin. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The construct wore dawn came bloodshot and uneasy, painting the damaged castle in shades of copper and rust that made the spell burns on its walls look fresh. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, the same place he'd watched the sunset before the battle, and surveyed the aftermath with the ring's enhanced vision. The grounds were scarred. The front lawn bore the crater from his fall and the larger blast zone from the priori incantatum eruption. The Whomping Willow had lost 3 branches to a fear construct and was twitching with irritable energy, lashing out at anything that moved within 50 meters. The Forbidden Forest's edge was blackened where Voldemort's opening barrage had struck, but the castle held, the wards held, and 43 fighters had survived a battle they had no business surviving. Harry's ring was recharged. He'd spoken the oath at 3 in the morning, kneeling before the battery in the room of requirement while Hermione stood watch and Ron finalized his analysis of the battle. 100% charge, and the ring hummed with readiness. The readiness felt like a lie. Because Harry knew what was coming, and 100% wasn't going to be enough. The dimensional fractures were widening. The ring's ongoing monitoring showed the data in stark terms. The emotional spectrum energy leaking through the cracks was increasing exponentially, fed by the fear that Voldemort's assault had generated. Every hour that passed brought the fractures closer to critical failure, and when they failed, raw emotional energy would flood into Earth's magical field like water through a broken dam. The yellow energy beneath the castle was worsening too. The ancient containment, the Founder's 1,000-year prison, was degrading at an accelerated rate. What had been years of remaining structural integrity was now days, maybe hours, 2 clocks, both counting down. And Voldemort, wherever he was licking his wounds, still had a yellow ring. "We need to address the fractures," Harry told Ron and Hermione, gathered in the room of requirement's command center. The room had adapted to the new reality. The maps now showed not just physical and magical topology but emotional spectrum readings, rendered in color. Green where Harry's will had strengthened the wards, amber where residual fear clung to the stones, and a deep, pulsing yellow far beneath them where the Founder's prison slowly crumbled. "The Guardian said you need to seal them with a construct of sufficient power," Hermione said. "What does sufficient mean?" "The ring estimates the seal would require sustained output at approximately 70% of maximum for several minutes. That's possible, but only if I'm not fighting anything else at the time. Which means Voldemort needs to be dealt with first," Ron said. "You can't seal the fractures while he's still active. But we also can't wait." The Guardian's 6 to 8 day estimate was based on pre-battle conditions. After last night, with all the fear energy that was released, the timeline has accelerated. The ring now estimates full spectral destabilization in 36 to 48 hours. The silence that followed was thick with math nobody wanted to do. "There's something else," Harry said and pulled up the ring scan of the castle's substructure. The yellow pulse beneath them was clearly visible, a throbbing mass of amber energy contained within a lattice of ancient enchantments that was visibly degrading. "The containment under the castle, it's failing faster, and when it fails, whatever's down there is going to add to the destabilization." "What is down there?" Hermione asked. She'd asked before. Harry hadn't had an answer before. "I didn't know." But last night, during the battle, during the priori incantatum, when the emotional spectrum energies were at peak, the ring got a clearer reading. He paused. "It's not a ring. It's not an artifact. It's an entity. A being composed entirely of yellow spectrum energy, pure fear given consciousness. The ring's closest classification is fear elemental. The Sinstro core database calls them parallax fragments." Parallax, Hermione's voice sharpened. Parallax is the fear entity, the living embodiment of fear in the emotional spectrum. It's one of 7 emotional entities, each corresponding to a color. Green is ion, the will entity. Yellow is parallax, the fear entity. The founders didn't seal away an artifact. They sealed away a piece of the concept of fear itself. Ron's chess player mind was already racing, and it's been down there for 1,000 years, feeding on the fear of everyone who's ever attended Hogwarts. Every student who was afraid of the dark, afraid of failing, afraid of being sorted into the wrong house. 1,000 years of ambient fear, and it's been eating. Yes. And now Voldemort has a yellow ring that resonates with it. Yes. So when the containment breaks, this thing is going to find Voldemort, or Voldemort is going to find it. And when they merge, then we have a Dark Lord powered by both a Sinestro core ring and a parallax fragment. The ring estimates that combination would increase Voldemort's yellow spectrum output by a factor of approximately 100. The number sat in the air like a death sentence. "Can you beat that?" Ron asked, not with hope or despair, with the flat pragmatism of a general asking whether the ammunition supply was sufficient. "No," Harry said, "not alone, not with just willpower." "Then what?" Harry looked at Hermione. "You've been researching the emotional spectrum for months, the 7 colors, the 7 emotions. You said it was all connected, that magical theory already acknowledged emotions as power sources." "I did. The ring chose me for willpower. But last night, during the Priori Incantatum, something happened. The ring channeled something that wasn't just will. It was everything: love, hope, courage, compassion. The ring classified it as white light, full spectrum." Hermione's eyes went wide. "The White Lantern. You know about it?" The ring's database. I've been studying it during your training sessions. The white light is the combined force of the entire emotional spectrum, all 7 colors united. It's the most powerful force in the spectrum. The ring's records say it's been wielded only once in recorded history by a lantern named Kyle Rayner, and the output was. The records use the word limitless. "Can Harry wield it?" Ron asked. "That's the problem. The white light requires access to all 7 emotions simultaneously, not just feeling them, channeling them. Drawing power from will, fear, hope, love, rage, avarice, and compassion at the same time. It's supposed to be impossible for a single bearer." "But Harry did it last night," Ron said. "Even if it was just for a moment." "He did, which means it's theoretically possible. But to sustain it, to wield it long enough to defeat Voldemort and seal the fractures, he'd need to access all 7 emotions at full intensity. And that includes fear and rage, which are the ones Harry's been trained to resist." The irony was not lost on any of them. Harry stood and walked to the window. The dawn light was strengthening, turning copper to gold, and the castle below him was stirring. Students who'd been evacuated were being allowed back, McGonagall's decision, made on the pragmatic grounds that they were safer inside the wards than outside them. The Great Hall was serving breakfast. Life was continuing because life always continued, even when the world was ending. "I know how to do it," Harry said quietly. They looked at him. "The Patronus." "Hermione, you said it yourself. The Patronus runs on positive emotion, on the refusal to surrender. But it's not just one emotion. When I cast the Patronus, I access love, the memory of my parents, hope, the belief that things can be better, courage, the choice to stand against the dark, will, the determination to make the light strong enough." He turned from the window. 4 of the 7 channeled through a single spell. "I've been doing this since I was 13. The ring enhanced it, but the foundation was already there." "That leaves fear, rage, and avarice," Hermione said. "The 3 you don't naturally channel." "I don't naturally use them as power sources," Harry corrected. "But I feel them. I've been angry my entire life. At Voldemort, at the Dursleys, at the Ministry, at everyone who's ever let me down or lied to me, or refused to see what was right in front of them. I've been afraid. I've been afraid every single day since I was 11 years old, and the ring showed me that the fear didn't make me weak, it made me strong because I felt it and chose to act anyway. And avarice? Ron asked. Harry was quiet for a moment. I want things, he said. I want a family. I want to be normal. I want the people I love to be safe. I want to live in a world where children don't have to fight wars because the adults failed them. His voice hardened. And I want those things so badly that it burns. That's avarice. Not greed, desire. The hunger for something better. The refusal to accept the world as it is. Hermione was staring at him with an expression that combined awe and terror in roughly equal measures. Harry, what you're describing, channeling all 7 emotions simultaneously, the psychological strain alone could kill me, I know. It won't kill him, Ron said, and his voice was certain in a way that left no room for argument. You know why? Because willpower is the center of the spectrum. It's the core that everything else orbits, and Harry's will is the strongest thing in this room. The strongest thing in this castle, maybe the strongest thing on this planet. If anyone can hold all 7 colors together, it's him. Harry looked at his best friend, the chess player, the strategist, the boy who'd walked across a giant chessboard at 11 and sacrificed himself so Harry could go forward, and felt the ring pulse with gratitude. I'll need help, Harry said. I can't access the white light alone, not sustained, but I might be able to do it with amplification. What kind of amplification? The kind that 23 people who have been trained in emotional resilience can provide. The plan came together over the next 12 hours, with a precision that owed equal debts to Ron's strategic genius, Hermione's theoretical brilliance, and Harry's ring-enhanced understanding of the emotional spectrum. The concept was simple, the execution impossibly complex. The DA would form a ritual circle, not a magical ritual but an emotional one, each member consciously channeling one of the 7 spectrum emotions while Harry stood at the center. Their emotions, focused and amplified by weeks of training, would feed into Harry through the ring's will projection system in reverse. Instead of broadcasting will outward, Harry would draw the DA's emotional energy inward, combining it with his own to access the full spectrum. It's like a Patronus on a massive scale, Hermione explained to the assembled DA, her voice steady with the authority of someone who'd spent months preparing for exactly this conversation. You've all learned to channel emotion into power. The Patronus uses one emotion, this uses all 7. Each of you will focus on one emotion, the one that's strongest for you, and Harry's ring will combine them. What happens to us? Neville asked, not with fear, with practical curiosity. Nothing harmful. You'll feel your chosen emotion very intensely for the duration. It might be uncomfortable, especially for those channeling fear or rage, but it won't damage you. The ring will regulate the energy flow. And Harry, Ginny's voice was sharp. What happens to Harry? Hermione hesitated. Harry answered for her. It'll be the hardest thing I've ever done, but I'm going to do it because I'm the only one who can, and because the alternative is letting a fear entity merge with Voldemort and destroy everything we've been fighting for. Ginny studied his face for a long moment. Then she nodded once with a finality that said everything. They spent the rest of the day preparing. Ron assigned each DA member to an emotional channel based on their psychological profile, assessments that he and Hermione had been quietly building for weeks, using observation and the ring's emotional scanning. Neville channeled courage, the will spectrum. After everything he'd overcome, the fear of his parents' fate transformed into determination. Neville's willpower burned with a quiet intensity that the ring rated as exceptional. Luna channeled hope, the blue spectrum. Her unshakable optimism, so often mistaken for naivety, was in fact a profound and deliberate choice to believe in possibility. The ring classified her hope output as remarkable. Ginny channeled rage, the red spectrum. Not blind fury, but the controlled, white-hot anger of someone who'd been possessed by Tom Riddle at 11 years old and had spent every day since converting that violation into power. Her rage was a forge, and everything it touched came out stronger. Hermione channeled compassion, the indigo spectrum. Her endless empathy, her drive to free house elves and protect the vulnerable and ensure that justice existed not just in theory but in practice, all of it was compassion, vast and deep and running through every decision she'd ever made. Ron channeled something that surprised everyone, including himself: avarice, the orange spectrum. Not greed, as Harry had explained, but desire, the fierce, burning hunger for more. Ron had spent his life wanting recognition, wanting success, wanting to step out of his brother's shadows and prove that he mattered. That wanting was power, and when the ring measured it, the reading was enormous. Cho channeled love, the violet spectrum. Her grief for Cedric had transformed over the months into something richer and more complex, a love that encompassed loss and memory, and the stubborn insistence that love persisted past death. The ring measured her output and found it extraordinary. And for fear, the yellow spectrum, Harry chose the person nobody expected. Me, Colin Creevy's voice cracked with surprise. But I'm not. I'm one of the bravest in the DA, Harry, I've faced. That's exactly why, Harry said gently. You're not being chosen because you're afraid, Colin. You're being chosen because you feel fear and you fight through it. Every single meeting. Every time you pick up your wand knowing that real dark wizards are out there, and you're a muggle-born kid with a camera and a dream. Your fear is honest, and your ability to function in spite of it is exactly what we need. The yellow spectrum isn't about being afraid. It's about understanding fear. Colin's eyes were bright. He nodded, and Harry felt through the ring the boy's emotional signature shift, from surprise to understanding to a peculiar, fierce pride. The remaining DA members were distributed across the 7 channels as secondary amplifiers, boosting the primary channeler's output. The arrangement, when Ron mapped it, looked like a 7-pointed star inside a circle, each point a primary channeler, each side a line of supporting members, and Harry at the center where all 7 lines converged. They practiced the formation through the afternoon, not with full emotional output, they couldn't risk that yet, but with the positioning, the focus techniques, the mental discipline of holding a single emotion at high intensity while remaining aware of the larger pattern. It was hard, harder than anything the DA had done. Several members struggled to maintain focus. Others found that their chosen emotion, amplified by concentration, threatened to overwhelm them. Ginny's rage flared so intensely during one practice run that the training dummies in the room spontaneously combusted, and Colin's fear brought him to tears before Harry's will projection stabilized him. But they learned. They adapted. They improved with the same relentless, determined progress that had characterized the DA from its first meeting. By evening, the formation was stable, the channels were clear, and the ring confirmed that the combined emotional output would be sufficient for white light generation. Sufficient wasn't the same as safe. Harry didn't mention this. Night fell. The castle's damaged wards hummed with repaired enchantments and fresh green constructs. The staff maintained their battle positions. Veterans now. Their initial shock transformed into the grim professionalism of people who'd survived the worst and were prepared for more. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement at midnight, the power battery before him, and recharged the ring one final time. In brightest day, in blackest night, he whispered, and the words felt different now, heavier, more urgent, laden with the weight of everything that depended on them. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. The battery roared. The ring hit 100%. Harry sat in the green glow and thought about his parents. About Sirius, somewhere out there, probably going mad with worry. About Dumbledore, wherever the old man was hiding, probably pulling strings Harry couldn't see. About everyone who'd ever believed in him, fought beside him, or simply refused to let him face the dark alone. He thought about Voldemort, about Tom Riddle, the frightened boy who turned his fear into a crown and worn it until it crushed the humanity out of him. Harry understood him now, in a way he never had before. The ring had shown him fear's true nature, not an enemy but a signal, not a weakness but a compass that pointed toward the things that mattered. Tom Riddle had ignored the compass and followed the fear instead, and it had led him here, to a yellow ring, a broken army, and a war he was about to lose. Harry didn't hate him. He pitied him, and the pity was its own kind of power, the indigo spectrum, compassion, one of the 7 colors he'd need to hold simultaneously tomorrow. Tomorrow. He closed his eyes and the ring pulsed, and outside the castle the sky was clear and full of stars that didn't know about the war and wouldn't notice when it ended. The ring woke him at 4 in the morning. Alert! Massive emotional spectrum disturbance detected beneath the castle. The containment has failed. The parallax fragment is free. Harry was on his feet before the last word registered, his ring blazing, his mind snapping into combat focus with the speed of months of training. He reached for the castle's ward monitoring system and felt it immediately. A tidal wave of yellow energy surging upward from the depths, flooding through the ancient foundations like a dam bursting. The parallax fragment was rising. It moved through the castle's substructure with terrifying speed, its energy signature expanding as it consumed the ambient fear that permeated the school. Centuries of nightmare and anxiety and childhood terror, stored in the stones like water in a sponge. With each layer it absorbed, it grew stronger. By the time it reached the dungeon level, the ring classified its power output as catastrophic. Harry sent the emergency signal. Every enchanted coin in the castle burned simultaneously. The DA assembled in the Great Hall in 4 minutes, a record that would have been impressive for professional soldiers and was miraculous for teenagers roused from sleep. They came in pajamas and dressing gowns, wands in hand, faces pale but set. The weeks of emotional resilience training held, nobody panicked, nobody froze, nobody broke. The containment failed, Harry told them. His voice was steady. The ring made it carry. The fear entity is loose inside the castle. If it reaches the surface, it'll find Voldemort, and that merger will make last night's battle look like a schoolyard fight. What do we do? Neville asked. We stop it here. We do the ritual now, the full emotional circle, white light. It's the only power that can destroy a parallax fragment and seal the dimensional fractures simultaneously. We haven't tested it at full power, Hermione said, and the fear in her voice was honest and controlled and exactly what Colin would need to channel. I know, we're testing it now. Formation. They moved. The Great Hall's tables had been cleared days ago, and the DA fell into the 7-pointed star pattern with the fluidity of people who'd practiced, until their bodies knew the positions by memory. Primary channelers at the star's points. Secondary amplifiers along the arms. Harry at the center. He could feel the parallax fragment beneath them, a living darkness surging upward through the stone, hungering for the fear above. It was close, minutes away. And the castle was screaming in the ring's awareness, its semi-sentient enchantments fighting the intrusion with everything they had. Now, Harry said, light it up. The DA channeled. Neville's willpower hit first, a pillar of green that Harry's ring caught and integrated. Steady, unyielding, the quiet courage of a boy who'd grown into a warrior. The ring hummed with recognition. Luna's hope followed, blue light, clear and sweet, rising from her like a song. It merged with the green and the combined light brightened, colors swirling. Ginny's rage came next, red, furious, volcanic. It hit the pattern like a fist, and for a moment the circle trembled as the violent energy threatened to destabilize the construct. Then Harry's will caught it, regulated it, channeled the rage into power without letting it become destruction. Hermione's compassion flowed like water, indigo, deep and vast, the empathy of someone who saw the world suffering and chose, every day, to care about it. It smoothed the edges of Ginny's rage, complemented Luna's hope, deepened Neville's will. Ron's desire blazed orange, the hunger for victory, for glory, for a world where the people he loved were safe. It was fierce and honest, and it drove the pattern forward like wind filling a sail. Cho's love radiated violet, Cedric's memory transformed into something universal, a love that encompassed not just one person but the fierce, protective instinct for all life that made sacrifice meaningful. And Colin's fear, yellow, trembling, honest, completed the circle. 7 colors. 7 emotions. 7 channels of power, each one amplified by weeks of training and the raw, desperate intensity of people fighting for their home. Harry stood at the center and opened himself to all of it. The white light ignited. It wasn't a color. It was every color simultaneously, a radiance that transcended the visible spectrum and touched something deeper than vision. It filled the great hall like a sunrise happening in all directions at once. The DA members gasped but held, their training, their will, their trust in Harry keeping them anchored as the emotional energy poured through them and into the ring. Harry felt it all. Every emotion, every color, every frequency of the spectrum flowing through him simultaneously. Willpower and fear, love and rage, hope and desire, compassion and the strange, transcendent something that happened when all 7 merged into one. It was agony. It was ecstasy. It was the most human thing Harry had ever experienced, the full range of what it meant to be alive, concentrated into a single moment of unbearable intensity. The ring blazed white. Harry's body lifted off the ground, carried by energies that no longer obeyed gravity. The lantern symbol on his ring vanished, replaced by something new, a 7-pointed star, each point a different color, orbiting a center of pure white light. Below him, the parallax fragment burst through the floor of the great hall. It was darkness given form, a shapeless mass of yellow-black energy that poured through the cracked flagstones like smoke through a grate, expanding as it rose, its consciousness reaching outward with tentacles of pure terror. The fear it radiated was not the constructed fear of Voldemort's ring. It was primal, elemental, the fear that predated language and reason, the fear of the dark that lived in the oldest parts of the human brain. The DA's formation buckled. Colin screamed. Ginny's rage flared uncontrollably. Luna's eyes went wide and blank. Harry poured white light into the formation, stabilizing it. Hold the pattern. They held, barely. Teeth gritted, muscles locked, wands trembling, they held. 23 people standing in a ring of light against a darkness that had terrified humanity since before humanity had a word for fear. Harry raised his ring hand, blazing white, 7-colored, impossible, and addressed the parallax fragment. "You're not welcome here." The fragment surged toward him. Its consciousness touched his mind, and for one terrible second, Harry felt everything it offered, 1,000 years of accumulated fear, the distilled terror of generations, enough power to make even the guardians of the universe flinch. Harry looked at it and felt all of it and said number not with anger, not with defiance, not with the desperate, teeth-gritted resistance that had characterized his entire life. He said no with the calm, absolute authority of someone who understood fear, felt it, acknowledged it, respected it, and chose not to be ruled by it. The white light answered. A beam of pure white energy erupted from Harry's ring and struck the parallax fragment in its center. The darkness convulsed. Yellow light and white light collided in a detonation that blew out every remaining window in the great hall and sent shockwaves rippling through the castle's ward structure. The fragment fought. It was ancient and powerful, and it had been feeding for a millennium, and it did not want to die. It threw everything it had at Harry, waves of terror, visions of death, the deepest and most primal fears of every person who'd ever walked these halls. Harry saw his parents die. He saw Sirius fall. He saw Ron and Hermione broken and lifeless. He saw every nightmare he'd ever had, rendered in perfect detail, and the yellow light screamed at him to surrender, to break, to let the fear win, because fighting it was pointless, and he was just a boy. Just one small human light against an ocean of darkness that had been drowning the world since before he was born. And Harry, standing in the white light, surrounded by the combined emotional power of 23 friends who refused to break, whispered the oath. In brightest day, in blackest night, the white light doubled. No evil shall escape my sight. The parallax fragment screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a vibration in the emotional spectrum itself, the cry of an entity that realized it was dying. Let those who worship evil's might. The white beam pierced the fragment's core, and the yellow darkness began to dissolve. Not destroyed, Harry realized, but dispersed. The fear wasn't being killed. It was being returned to its natural state, signal rather than weapon, compass rather than prison. Beware my power. The last of the parallax fragment dissolved in a cascade of yellow light that softened as it scattered, turning from sickly amber to warm gold, the color of autumn leaves and candlelight, and the gentle, necessary fear that kept children from touching flames. Green lanterns light. Silence. The great hall was quiet. The white light faded, colors separating back into their individual spectrums, each one returning to its channeler. The DA stood in their formation, breathing hard, eyes wide, alive. Harry's feet touched the ground. The ring dimmed to its normal green, and beneath the castle, for the first time in 1,000 years, the place where the parallax fragment had been imprisoned was empty and clean and silent. But Harry didn't rest. He couldn't, because the ring was already showing him the next problem. Ring, status of the dimensional fractures. Fracture destabilization is critical. The parallax fragment's dissolution released significant emotional spectrum energy. Estimated time to full spectral collapse, 6 hours. 6 hours. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was still alive, still carrying a yellow ring, and had almost certainly felt the parallax fragment's destruction. Harry looked at the DA, exhausted, drained, but still standing, still willing. 23 flames that had helped him ignite the white light and were ready to do it again. 6 hours, he told them. Rest while you can. This isn't over yet. Nobody argued. Nobody complained. They just nodded, and some of them sat down right where they stood, and others leaned against each other, and the great hall settled into the quiet, exhausted peace of warriors between battles. Harry walked to the shattered windows and looked out at the sky. Dawn was breaking again, the second dawn of the war, and the sky was clear, and somewhere beyond the horizon, a dark lord was preparing for the final move. Harry's ring glowed green on his finger, steady, ready, waiting. Tomorrow was already here. Rest came in fragments. Harry forced himself to eat. Mrs. Weasley had arrived through one of the emergency tunnels with enough food to feed an army, which was convenient because there was one. She'd taken one look at her youngest son's tactical setup, her daughter's singed hair, and Harry's glowing ring, and her face had done something extraordinary. It had gone from panic to pride to determination in the span of a single breath. "I won't ask questions," she said, wrapping Ron and Ginny in a crushing hug. "Not yet. But when this is over, Ronald Bilious Weasley, you and I are going to have a very long conversation about risk assessment." "Yes, Mum," Ron said, and the normalcy of the exchange made several DA members laugh, a sound that Harry hadn't realized he'd been missing. Other reinforcements trickled in. Kingsley Shacklebolt, battered from the Ministry's fall but functional, apparated to Hogsmeade and walked up. Tonks arrived with a broken wrist she refused to have healed until the kids are sorted first. Lupin materialized from the forest with information about Death Eater movements that confirmed what Harry's ring was already showing. "They're regrouping," Lupin said, his face haggard but his eyes sharp. "Voldemort withdrew to Malfoy Manor after the battle. He's been summoning every Death Eater he has, including some we didn't know about, and there's something else." He paused. "Sirius is coming." Harry's heart jumped. "Sirius? How does he—" "Your owl found him before it should have been physically possible. The bird is either enchanted or the most determined creature in Britain. He read your letter, and Remus couldn't have stopped him coming if I'd chained him to the wall of Grimmauld Place. He'll be here within the hour." Harry closed his eyes for a moment and felt the ring pulse with something warm. Sirius. His godfather, his family, the closest thing to a parent he had left, coming to stand beside him for the final battle. The ring whispered data. Sirius Black's will spectrum reading, visible even from a distance, was among the highest the ring had recorded on a non-ring bearer. 12 years in Azkaban surrounded by Dementors, and his will had never broken. Of course it was strong. When Sirius arrived, he didn't knock. He didn't call out. He burst through the room of requirements door like a bludger through a window, wild-eyed and breathing hard. And the moment his eyes found Harry, he crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled his godson into a hug that was fierce and desperate and eloquent beyond anything words could manage. "Your letter," Sirius said against the top of Harry's head, his voice rough. "A green lantern ring. My godson has a bloody green lantern ring." "You know about them?" Sirius pulled back, his hands on Harry's shoulders, his gray eyes blazing with the particular Sirius Black intensity that was half madness and half genius. "My great-uncle Arcturus had a theory. Never proved it, never published it. The family thought he was mental. He believed that the Deathly Hallows were remnants of emotional spectrum technology, that the Elder Wand channeled will, the Resurrection Stone channeled love, and the invisibility cloak was a construct of some kind." Hermione's head snapped up from across the room. "The Hallows. Harry, the Hallows are real. Your cloak." "My cloak." Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from inside his robes. It was always there, folded impossibly thin, lighter than air. He held it up and the ring scanned it. The ring was silent for a full 3 seconds, an eternity by its standards. Analysis complete. The artifact identified as Invisibility Cloak contains trace amounts of emotional spectrum energy consistent with the indigo compassion spectrum. The artifact's concealment effect is not conventional invisibility, but a form of emotional camouflage. It renders the wearer unimportant to the observer's emotional awareness, causing them to literally not care enough to notice. "Compassion makes you invisible," Hermione breathed. "Because compassion is about seeing others, not being seen. The cloak is the inverse, it makes the world unsee you." "Arcturus was right," Sirius said, and his voice carried the weight of family vindication. "The old lunatic was right. The Hallows are spectrum artifacts." "Which means the other two," Harry began. "The Elder Wand channels willpower," Hermione finished. "And the Resurrection Stone channels love." "Harry, if we could find them, the stone is in Voldemort's possession," Lupin said quietly. Everyone turned. The werewolf's face was grim. "It's in the Gaunt Ring, one of his Horcruxes. Dumbledore located it last year." "And the Elder Wand?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore's," Sirius said, "has been for decades, won it from Grindelwald in 1945. The room of requirement was very quiet. Harry looked at the cloak in his hands, a spectrum artifact, one of 3, and the other 2 were in the hands of people on opposite sides of a war, one a fugitive ally, the other a dark lord who didn't know what he had. "The Deathly Hallows," Harry said slowly, "united with the full emotional spectrum." The white light plus 3 artifacts that channel will, love, and compassion directly. That's the kind of power that makes parallax fragments look like party tricks, Hermione said. Her hands were shaking, but her mind was running at full speed, connecting threads that nobody else could see. Harry, the legend says that the person who unites all 3 hallows becomes the master of death. What if that's not a metaphor? What if mastery of death is spectrum speak for achieving complete emotional equilibrium, the ability to hold all 7 colors permanently, to become a white lantern not for a moment but forever? The implications were staggering. Harry felt them ripple through the ring, through the room, through the foundation of everything he thought he understood about both magic and the emotional spectrum. "We need the stone," he said, "and we need the wand. We need them before Voldemort arrives." "The stone is in the gaunt shack in Little Hangleton," Lupin said. "It's cursed. Dumbledore barely survived retrieving it, but if the ring can neutralize the curse, it can." Harry had spent months learning the ring's interaction with dark magic. A Horcrux's curse was dark emotional energy, fear and rage and hatred, crystallized into a trap. The ring could dissolve it the way it dissolved fear constructs. "And the wand is with Dumbledore," Sirius said. "Wherever he is." As if summoned by the mention of his name, and knowing Dumbledore perhaps he was, a Patronus appeared in the center of the room of requirement. A phoenix, silver and shimmering, that spoke with Albus Dumbledore's calm, unhurried voice. "Harry, I have been watching from a distance, and I am afraid I have been a fool. The Elder Wand is yours if you need it. I am sending it to you now. I trust you understand its significance better than I ever did." The Patronus dissolved. Fawkes materialized in a burst of flame above the table, dropped a wand, long, elegant, elder wood, and vanished. The Elder Wand lay on the table, and the ring scanned it, and the reading was exactly what Harry expected. Will spectrum energy, concentrated and refined and ancient, a tool built to amplify the wielder's willpower the way a lens amplified light. Harry picked it up and the ring sang. Green light erupted from the junction of ring and wand, not the ring's light alone or the wand's, but a merged radiance that was deeper and more complex than either. The Elder Wand was a spectrum artifact, and in the hand of a Green Lantern it became something more than a wand. It became a conduit. A bridge between magical power and emotional spectrum energy, allowing Harry to channel both simultaneously without the translation cost that had limited his hybrid techniques. "I need the stone," Harry said, "and I need it before Voldemort moves." "How long?" Ron asked the ring. "Voldemort's forces are mobilizing," Harry reported, the ring's data streaming through his awareness. "Estimated time to assault, 4 hours. The Gaunt Shack is 3 hours round trip by broom," Lupin calculated. "Not by ring," Harry said. He held up his hand, emerald blazing. "The ring's maximum flight speed is approximately Mach 3 in atmosphere. Little Hangleton is 400 kilometers. I can be there in 8 minutes. "You're not going alone," Sirius said. "Sirius, I lost you once. Your parents asked me to protect you, and I spent 12 years in a cell while you grew up with those with the Dursleys. I'm coming, Harry. This isn't negotiable." Harry looked at his godfather's face, the gaunt cheeks, the haunted eyes, the unbreakable will that burned behind all of it, and nodded. "Hold on tight," he said. He wrapped Sirius in a construct, a travel sphere, aerodynamic and pressurized, with the green-tinged air supply that the ring used for space travel adapted for high-speed atmospheric flight. Then he launched. The ring accelerated them from 0 to Mach 2 in 3 seconds. Hogwarts fell away beneath them, the castle shrinking to a model, to a toy, to a point of light against the green Scottish landscape. And the morning air tore past the construct sphere in a scream of compressed atmosphere. Sirius, to his credit, didn't close his eyes. He watched the world blur beneath them with an expression of pure, unfiltered joy, the expression of a man who had spent 12 years in a 10 by 10 cell and would never, ever take movement for granted again. "This," Sirius said, his voice loud against the wind, "is absolutely brilliant." Little Hangleton appeared 8 minutes later, exactly as predicted. Harry decelerated over the village and followed the ring's scan to the gaunt shack, a collapsed ruin hidden behind layers of concealment and curse wards that would have killed any normal wizard who tried to approach. The ring dissolved the concealment in seconds. The curse wards took slightly longer. Harry had to unravel them individually, each one a knot of dark magic that the ring's will energy unwound like thread from a spool. The Horcrux curse on the stone itself was the most dangerous, a compulsion to wear the ring that carried a killing curse, activated by skin contact. Harry neutralized it with a construct that prevented physical contact while allowing him to examine the stone. The gaunt ring sat on a broken table, ugly and corroded, and within it, barely visible, the resurrection stone marked with the hallows symbol. The ring scanned it. Confirmed. Violet spectrum artifact. Love spectrum energy. Concentrated. The artifact's resurrection function is a form of emotional spectrum projection. It creates a bridge between the living bearer's love and the emotional echo of the deceased. Harry picked it up, through the construct, not with his bare hand, and felt the stone's energy merge with the ring's. A second harmony, deeper than the Elder Wand's, resonated through his awareness. 2 hallows, 2 spectrum artifacts, will and love united in the hands of a green lantern. One more to go. "The cloak," Harry said, and remembered that it was in his pocket. Had been in his pocket all along. He pulled it out and held all 3 hallows simultaneously for the first time. The ring screamed, not in alarm but in recognition, a harmonic frequency that resonated with something vast and fundamental in the structure of reality. The 3 hallows blazed with light, green from the wand, violet from the stone, indigo from the cloak. The ring caught their combined output and something clicked, like a key turning in a lock that had waited 1,000 years. "Master of Death protocol activated," the ring announced, and its voice carried a weight that Harry had never heard from it before. "The bearer has united the 3 artifacts of spectrum. Full emotional spectrum access is now permanently available. White light generation no longer requires external amplification." Harry stood in the ruins of the gaunt shack, the hallows in his hands, the ring on his finger, and felt the universe shift around him. Not dramatically, not with the cinematic grandeur of prophecy or destiny. It felt like putting on glasses for the first time, the world snapping into focus, details that had always been there suddenly visible, the blurriness he'd accepted as normal revealed as the limitation it always was. He could feel everything, every emotion on the planet. Every will, every fear, every hope, every love. 6 billion hearts, beating in a rhythm that the ring translated into the music of the spectrum. And at the center of all of it, steady and sure, his own will burning green, burning bright, burning with the quiet certainty that he would do what needed to be done. "Harry," Sirius's voice was hushed. "Your eyes." Harry looked at his reflection in a shard of broken glass. His eyes, his mother's eyes, always green, were now all colors. Green at the core, surrounded by rings of blue and violet and indigo and orange and red and yellow. The full spectrum, reflected in the gaze of a boy who'd become something that neither the wizarding world nor the Green Lantern Corps had ever seen. A white lantern, a master of death, a 15-year-old kid from Surrey who refused to break. "Let's go home," Harry said. They flew back to Hogwarts at Mach 3, and the ring sang the oath the entire way. Chapter 5 end. Chapter 6. In brightest day Voldemort came at noon, and he brought the end of the world with him. Harry felt the approach from 30 kilometers out, the ring's long-range sensors painting a picture in his mind of an army that would have made the Ministry's Auror Corps turn and run. 60 Death Eaters, arranged in combat formation, their magical signatures boosted by yellow fear artifacts that turned each one from a dangerous wizard into a walking weapon of psychological warfare. Above them, constructs, not the crude fear shapes of the first battle but refined, militarized constructs that the Ring classified as Sinestro Corps standard-issue combat drones, which meant Voldemort had spent the intervening hours not just recovering but upgrading. And at the center of it all, Voldemort himself. His yellow ring's output had tripled since their last encounter. The ring's analysis told Harry why. The Ministry's fall, the battle at Hogwarts, the Parallax Fragment's release, all of it had generated fear on a national scale, and the yellow ring had absorbed every drop. Voldemort was, in this moment, the single most powerful fear wielder the Sinestro Corps database had ever recorded. His aura preceded him by a kilometer, a wave of primal terror that wilted grass, froze animals in their tracks, and turned the morning air itself into something thick and bitter and hard to breathe. Harry stood on the castle steps and watched the yellow light approach, and he was not afraid. Not because he was fearless. He could feel fear. The ring's full-spectrum access showed him his own emotions with perfect clarity, and fear was among them. But the fear was where it belonged, in its place, doing its job, telling him that this was dangerous and that he should pay attention. It wasn't controlling him. It wasn't defining him. It was just one color in the spectrum, and he held all 7. The Elder Wand sat in his left hand. The Resurrection Stone hung from a chain around his neck, modified by a construct that prevented accidental activation. The invisibility cloak was draped over his shoulders, folded so it wouldn't interfere with movement but close enough to deploy in an instant. And the ring, his ring, the instrument that had started all of this, sat on his right hand, glowing not green but white. A steady, quiet radiance that said, in a language older than words, "I am ready." Behind him, the castle's defenders took their positions, the DA in their 7-pointed formation, ready to amplify his power if needed, though the hallows now made that less necessary. The teachers on the battlements and in the corridors, wards charged, spells primed. Sirius and Lupin flanking the main entrance. Kingsley and Tonks covering the lake approach. Mrs. Weasley, who had flatly refused to leave and whose magical combat ability Harry had learned, was roughly equivalent to a small artillery battery, guarding the hospital wing. Ron stood at the tactical command post on the astronomy tower, the enchanted coin network giving him real-time awareness of every defender's position. His voice came through the ring's communication system, steady and calm. All units in position, wards at maximum, anti-fear protocols engaged. Visual contact, Harry said. The army was visible now, a dark line against the green landscape, marching up the road from Hogsmeade, the yellow glow of their artifacts preceding them like a sick dawn. At the center, taller than the rest, Voldemort walked with the unhurried confidence of absolute power. "He's not hiding," Hermione observed from her position in the formation. "No subtlety, no probe, he's coming straight at us." "He doesn't need subtlety anymore," Harry said. "He thinks the Parallax Fragment made him invincible. He doesn't know it's been destroyed. He'll figure it out fast. Yes, but by then I'll be in his face." Harry descended the castle steps and walked across the grounds, alone. The morning sun was behind him, casting his shadow long across the grass, and the white light of the ring added a second shadow, or rather, an anti-shadow, a bright spot that followed him and turned the earth green-gold where it touched. He stopped at the midpoint between the castle and the approaching army. The lake was to his left, the forest to his right, the castle at his back, and Voldemort before him. The same positions as the graveyard in Little Hangleton 2 years ago when Harry had watched Cedric die and the world had changed forever. This time, Harry had changed more. The army stopped. Death Eaters spread into a crescent formation, their fear auras overlapping to create a wall of psychological pressure that hit Harry like a physical wind. The constructs, 50 of them, each the size of a car, hovered above the army in a loose dome, ready to deploy. Voldemort stepped forward. He looked different. The yellow ring had changed him, the way Harry's green ring had changed Harry, subtly, at the edges, in ways that spoke to the ring's influence on the bearer's identity. Voldemort's serpentine features were sharper, his red eyes burning with yellow undertones, his movements carrying the fluid menace of something that wasn't entirely human anymore. The yellow construct armor he wore was no longer a bodysuit but a second skin, seamlessly integrated with his physical form. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice carried across the killing ground with the resonance of a fear-amplified broadcast. The Green Lantern, the boy who thinks can conquer fear. Harry said nothing. He raised his right hand, the ring hand, and let the white light speak for him. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. The yellow ring on his finger pulsed, and Harry felt its scanning function activate, reading the white light's signature. He watched the realization cross Voldemort's face, the moment the Dark Lord understood that this was not the same green light he'd fought 2 nights ago. "White," Voldemort said softly. "Full spectrum." His crimson-yellow eyes flickered to the Elder Wand in Harry's left hand, and something shifted in his expression, not fear, not yet, but the first tremor of uncertainty. "The Deathly Hallows, you found them. I united them." Voldemort was silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled, and the smile was the most frightening thing Harry had ever seen on that face, not because it was cruel but because it was genuine. The Dark Lord was pleased. "Good," Voldemort said. "Good. I was afraid this would be disappointing." He attacked. The assault came in 3 layers simultaneously, a tactical opening that demonstrated why Voldemort was the most dangerous combatant alive, regardless of what ring he wore. The Death Eaters launched a coordinated spell barrage from the crescent formation, 60 wands firing in unison, the combined firepower equivalent to a small army's opening artillery salvo. The fear constructs dove from the dome, each one targeting a different section of the castle's defenses, spreading the defenders thin. And Voldemort himself struck at Harry with the full force of the yellow ring, a concentrated beam of fear energy so intense that the air between them ionized, crackling with amber lightning. Harry met all 3. The white light expanded from the ring in a sphere of protection that intercepted the spell barrage, absorbing the curses and converting their energy the way his hybrid shields had always done. But faster now, more efficiently. The Hallows amplification turning a defensive technique into something that bordered on absorption. The curses hit the white sphere and vanished, their energy feeding back into the ring. The construct drones hit the castle's defenses and met the DA's prepared response. Patronesses erupted from the 7-pointed formation, 23 silver animals, each one boosted by the emotional training Harry had provided, charging into the yellow constructs with a ferocity that reduced half of them to sparks in the first exchange. And Voldemort's beam hit Harry's personal shield. The Elder Wand's will amplification merged with the ring's construct generation and stopped. Dead. The most powerful fear attack the Sinestro Corps had ever recorded, and it stopped against Harry's shield like ocean against granite. Voldemort's smile wavered. Harry pushed back, not with a beam, with a construct. The Elder Wand channeled his will into the ring, and the ring shaped it into something that the Corps records had no name for, a wave of white light that rolled across the killing ground like a sunrise accelerated to the speed of thought. Where it touched the fear artifacts, they shattered. Where it touched the Death Eaters, their enhanced auras collapsed, leaving them ordinary, mortal, and suddenly very aware of how outmatched they were. 8 Death Eaters broke and ran. 12 more dropped their wands and fell to their knees. The rest, The fanatics, the inner circle, the ones who feared Voldemort more than death, held their ground, but their combat effectiveness halved as the fear amplification they'd relied on evaporated. The castle's defenders surged forward. McGonagall's stone army hit the remaining Death Eaters from the right flank. Flitwick's defensive enchantments activated from the left. The DA's patronesses, freed from construct duty, charged into the melee, silver light driving back yellow in every engagement. Within 2 minutes, the peripheral battle was over. The Death Eaters were defeated, captured, fleeing, or unconscious. The fear constructs were destroyed. Voldemort's army was gone, dismantled by a school's defenders with less effort than the Dark Lord's reputation should have allowed. Voldemort stood alone on the field, and for the first time, Harry saw him as the ring saw him. Not a Dark Lord, not a monster, not the most feared wizard alive. A man. A solitary, frightened, broken man who had spent his entire existence running from the one fear he could never escape, the fear of his own mortality, and had left a trail of devastation behind him that stretched across decades and continents and the ruin of countless lives. "It's over, Tom." Voldemort's face contorted. The name, his birth name, the name he'd spent 50 years burying under titles and terror, hit him like a physical blow. The yellow ring flared, and for a moment the Dark Lord's fear embodiment technique activated, his form blurring at the edges as the ring tried to transform him into the nightmare shape. But the technique failed. Without the ambient fear of an army, without the parallax fragments amplification, without the national terror that had powered him at the Ministry, Voldemort's yellow ring was drawing on a single source: his own fear. And while that fear was vast, it was also unstable, corroded from the inside by the self-loathing and existential dread that the Priori Incantatem mirror had exposed. "It is not over," Voldemort hissed, and his voice cracked for the first time Harry had ever heard. "I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I have defied death itself, split my soul, transcended flesh, become something beyond human. You are a child with a trinket and you will kneel." Harry looked at him with eyes that held all 7 colors and spoke with a voice that carried the weight of the full spectrum. "You're not immortal, Tom. The Horcruxes are being destroyed. Dumbledore's been hunting them all year. The diary is gone. The ring is gone. Dumbledore found the locket and the cup. Nagini." Harry felt the ring scan the snake, coiled at Voldemort's feet, and confirmed what Dumbledore had suspected, is a Horcrux too, and she's in range of 23 wand-wielders who have been training for months. Voldemort's hand moved toward Nagini, protective, instinctive. "And the last one," Harry said, and his voice was gentle now, and the ring showed him the thread of soul that connected his scar to Voldemort's fractured psyche, visible for the first time in the full spectrum's light. "The last one is in me." The silence that followed was absolute. Voldemort's face went blank. The yellow ring dimmed, and Harry saw, through the spectrum's all-seeing light, the moment the Dark Lord understood what Harry was saying. "You're going to kill yourself," Voldemort whispered. Harry raised the resurrection stone, still hanging from its chain, and let the violet light of the love spectrum illuminate it. "I'm going to do something better. The stone doesn't just call the dead, Tom. It bridges the spectrum, connects love to will to fear to every emotion that makes us human. And the soul fragment in my scar isn't a Horcrux the way the others are. It's a piece of you that's been living inside me for 15 years, touched by every emotion I've ever felt, saturated with every color of the spectrum." Harry closed his eyes and reached inward, past the ring's constructs and the hallows amplification and the white light's power, down to the place where the soul fragment lived, the place where his scar connected to Voldemort's broken soul. "I'm going to purify it," Harry said. "I'm going to take the piece of your soul that you put in me and I'm going to show it what it missed. Every moment of love, every act of courage, every spark of hope that you tried to destroy and couldn't. I'm going to give it back to you whole, Tom, and then you're going to feel everything." Voldemort raised his wand and his ring simultaneously. "You will not, expecto patronum." The spell erupted from the Elder Wand, amplified by the ring, focused through the Resurrection Stone, and wrapped in the Invisibility Cloak's Compassion Spectrum energy. It was not a stag. It was not any animal. It was light, pure, white, full-spectrum light, shaped like a human hand reaching out. The Patronus construct crossed the space between them in a fraction of a second and touched Voldemort's chest. And the Dark Lord screamed. Not a fierce scream, not a pain scream, not the amplified shriek of the Yellow Ring's sonic weapon. This was a soul scream, the sound of a man who had spent 50 years walling himself off from every human emotion and was now, in a single devastating instant, feeling all of them at once. The white light poured through the connection, through the scar, through the soul fragment, through the bridge between Harry and Voldemort that had existed since that night in Godric's Hollow. And through that bridge, every emotion that Harry had ever felt, every color of the spectrum, flowed into the broken, fractured soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Love. Tom Riddle, the orphan, had never been loved, and the violet light showed him what he'd missed: the warmth of a mother's embrace, the loyalty of a friend, the fierce protective instinct that made ordinary people extraordinary. Hope. Tom Riddle, the nihilist, had never hoped, and the blue light showed him what could have been: a life of brilliance used for creation instead of destruction, a mind as vast as the universe applied to healing rather than harm. Compassion. Tom Riddle, the sociopath, had never felt empathy, and the indigo light showed him the weight of every life he'd destroyed, not as guilt, not as punishment, but as understanding. Each death a universe extinguished, each broken life a story that would never be finished. Will. Tom Riddle had will, vast, terrible, unstoppable will, but the green light showed him what will was supposed to be: not domination but determination, not the imposition of self on the world but the commitment to make the world better. Fear. The yellow light didn't show Tom anything new. It showed him what he already knew and had spent his life running from: that he was mortal, that he would die. That death was not an enemy to be conquered, but a part of the human experience that gave every other part its meaning. Rage. The red light showed him his own anger for what it was: the howling fury of a hurt child, justified in its origin, catastrophic in its expression. And this was the part that broke through every defense forgivable: avarice. The orange light showed him his desire not for power, not for immortality, but for the thing beneath both of those: the desperate, aching want to matter, to be seen, to be important, to be something more than a nameless boy in a nameless orphanage. All 7 colors, all 7 truths. All 7 pieces of the human experience that Tom Riddle had amputated from himself, in pursuit of a power that couldn't give him the one thing he actually wanted. Voldemort fell to his knees. The yellow ring cracked. Harry felt it through the white light, the Sinstro core ring, fed by Voldemort's fear, starving as the fear was consumed by understanding. The yellow light flickered, guttered, and died, and the ring on Voldemort's finger shattered into fragments that dissolved into amber dust. The Dark Lord knelt on the scorched ground, ringless, wandless. His wand had fallen when the emotions hit, and looked up at Harry with eyes that were, for the first time in decades, entirely his own. Red still, inhuman still, but clear, terribly, devastatingly clear. "What have you done to me?" Voldemort whispered, and his voice was the voice of a man, not a monster. "I gave you back the pieces you threw away," Harry said. He was crying. He didn't know when he'd started. The white light blazed around him, but the tears were human, and they fell on ground that was still warm from battle. "You don't have to be this, Tom. You never did." Voldemort's hands rose to his face. The hands that had murdered Harry's parents, that had cast the killing curse more times than anyone could count, that had held a yellow ring and wielded fear like a sword. They were shaking. "I can feel them," Voldemort said, and the wonder in his voice was the most terrible sound Harry had ever heard because it was genuine. "I can feel them all. Every one of them. The people the things His face crumbled. The mask of Lord Voldemort, the flat features, the serpentine nose, the inhuman angles, didn't change physically. But the expression on it changed, and the change was more dramatic than any transfiguration, because the face of Tom Riddle was, for the first time in 50 years, feeling grief. Not for himself, for his victims. "Harry," Hermione whispered from behind him, and he could hear in her voice that she was crying too, and that she understood what was happening and was terrified and amazed and heartbroken by it. The battlefield was silent. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of witness, the hush of people who understood they were watching something that would be remembered for as long as wizards told stories. The Death Eaters had stopped fighting. The ones who hadn't fled or been captured stood frozen, wands lowered, staring at the scene before them with expressions that ranged from horror to confusion to something that might, in the right light, have been recognized as shame. These were people who had followed Voldemort out of fear, fear of his power, fear of his retribution, fear of the world changing in ways they couldn't control. And now they were watching fear itself die in their master's eyes, and the foundation of their allegiance was crumbling beneath them like sand. Bellatrix Lestrange broke first. She screamed, a raw, animal sound that had nothing to do with the yellow ring's amplification, and raised her wand toward Harry. But before the curse could form, Neville Longbottom stepped forward, his lion Patronus blazing silver-green beside him, and hit her with a stupefy that slammed her into the earth with the force of 14 years of righteous fury. "That's for my parents," Neville said, and his voice didn't shake. Lucius Malfoy sank to his knees, not from a spell but from the simple collapse of a man who'd run out of conviction. His fear artifact shattered on its own, the yellow energy dissipating like smoke, and what was left was a middle-aged man in expensive robes, kneeling in mud, staring at the ruin of everything he'd believed in. Around the field, the same scene repeated in variations. Wands lowered, masks fell. The army of fear became, in the white light's aftermath, what it had always been underneath. A collection of frightened people who'd followed a frightened man because they thought fear was strength. The Order members began to move, Kingsley and Tonks coordinating captures with professional efficiency, binding wrists and collecting wands, and establishing a perimeter that was more formality than necessity. The fight was gone from Voldemort's followers as completely as the yellow light was gone from the sky. McGonagall descended from the castle with the rest of the staff, her tartan robes billowing, her wand still drawn but her expression shifting from battle readiness to something more complex as she took in the scene. She stopped beside Harry, looked at Voldemort's kneeling form, and was quiet for a long time. "Mr. Potter," she said finally, "you have exceeded every expectation this school has ever had for you, and I include the expectations of the Sorting Hat, which are notoriously ambitious. Thank you, Professor. You will also serve a month's detention for unauthorized combat on school grounds." Harry looked at her. She looked at him. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Perhaps 2 weeks," she amended. Harry knelt in front of Voldemort. The white light dimmed to something gentle, not the blazing radiance of full-spectrum power, but the soft, warm glow of a candle. The kind of light that said, "I see you, all of you, and I'm still here." "There's no going back from this," Harry said quietly. "The emotions won't fade. The understanding won't disappear. You're going to feel everything you did every day for the rest of your life. That's not a punishment, it's a consequence. And what you do with it is your choice." Voldemort Tom looked at him, and the red eyes held something that the ring classified after a long moment of processing as the rarest emotional signature in its database. Remorse. True, unforced, genuine remorse. The emotion that the Horcrux text said could heal a fractured soul. The one thing that Tom Riddle had never been able to feel, because feeling it required the full spectrum of human emotion, and he destroyed his ability to access it. Until now, the remaining soul fragments, wherever they were, the locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini, resonated through the connection. Harry felt them stir, felt the remorse reach them through the tangled web of dark magic that connected them to their creator, and felt them begin to dissolve. Not violently, not with the destruction that basilisk venom or fiendfire would bring. Gently. The soul fragments softened, lost cohesion, and flowed back toward their source, drawn by the gravity of a soul that was, for the first time in decades, trying to be whole. Nagini collapsed, the snake's eyes went blank, and the piece of Voldemort's soul within her dissolved peacefully, leaving nothing but an ordinary snake, enormous, dangerous, but no longer a vessel of dark magic. Harry's scar burned, one final, white-hot flare of pain, and then the fragment inside him dissolved too, the piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived behind his forehead for 15 years flowing outward through the white light and returning to its owner. The connection between them, the scar, the link, the shared dreams and visions, and the constant, low-level awareness of each other that had defined Harry's existence since infancy, closed. Quietly. Completely. Like a door that had been open for 15 years finally, gently, swinging shut. Harry's scar didn't disappear, but it stopped hurting. Voldemort collapsed. The Dark Lord, the former Dark Lord, fell sideways onto the grass, unconscious, his shattered soul reforming inside a body that wasn't designed to hold it, the process of spiritual reconstruction demanding everything he had. Harry stood, and the white light blazed one final time, and he turned it upward. The dimensional fractures. The cracks in reality that his ring had opened, and Voldemort's ring had widened, and the parallax fragments' escape had nearly torn beyond repair. They were still there. The ring showed them as dark lines across the sky, invisible to the naked eye but clear in the spectrum's light, leaking emotional energy, threatening to destabilize everything. Harry raised both hands, the ring and the Elder Wand, and channeled the white light into the largest construct he'd ever attempted. Not a wall, not a shield, a seal, a barrier that existed not in physical space but in the dimensional membrane between Earth's magical field and the emotional spectrum's raw energy. He wove it from all 7 colors: will for structure, hope for permanence, love for protection, compassion for flexibility, fear for awareness, rage for strength, desire for completeness. The seal spread across the sky like a second atmosphere, invisible and all-encompassing, and where it touched the fractures, they closed. Sealed. Healed the way that skin heals over a wound, the way that bone knits, the way that all things, given enough time and care, can be made whole. It took 7 minutes. When it was done, Harry's ring was at 3%. The Elder Wand was hot to the touch. The Resurrection Stone was dark, and the invisibility cloak had gone completely transparent. The hallows were spent, not destroyed, but drained, their spectrum energy consumed by the seal. Harry lowered his hands. The white light faded. His eyes returned to their natural green, his mother's green, Lily's green, the green that had always been his and would always be. The ring spoke, and its voice was warm. Dimensional fractures sealed. Emotional spectrum contamination, 0. Sector 2814 status, secure. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them, the DA was there. All of them. They'd left their positions, broken formation, crossed the battlefield to stand around him in a loose circle that had nothing to do with tactics and everything to do with love. Neville reached him first. The boy, the man, who'd started as a stammering, forgetful kid and finished as a warrior whose patroness could cow nightmares, put his hand on Harry's shoulder and said nothing, because nothing needed to be said. Hermione was next, her face wet with tears and bright with something that went beyond happiness into the territory of awe. Ron came behind her, his tactical mind already calculating the aftermath, his heart already celebrating the victory. Luna, Ginny, the Creevy brothers, Cho, Dean and Seamus, the Patils, every member of the DA gathering around the boy who taught them to fight and the ring that had taught him to shine. Sirius pushed through the circle and took Harry's face in his hands and looked at him with eyes that held 12 years of missed birthdays and whispered bedtime stories and the fierce, aching, permanent love of a godfather who would have walked through Azkaban twice for this boy. "Your parents," Sirius said, and his voice broke. "Your parents would be so proud." Harry looked at the sky. The seal was invisible, a perfect membrane, holding the dimensions apart, protecting the world that didn't know it had been saved. The sun was high, the castle stood, the grounds were scarred but whole. The ring, the green lantern ring that had crashed through a storm to find a boy on a windowsill who refused to break, pulsed once on his finger. Steady, warm, home. "Ring," Harry said. "Message to Oa, channel open. This is Green Lantern of Sector 2814. Spectral contamination event resolved. Dimensional fractures sealed. Sector is secure." A pause. Then the Guardian's voice, thin and vast, and for the first time carrying something that sounded almost like warmth. "Acknowledged, Green Lantern. The Guardians note that your methods were unconventional. I had good teachers. The Guardians will wish to debrief at your convenience. Give me a week. I have exams." Another pause. "Acknowledged." The channel closed. Harry looked at the ring, at the hallows draped across his body, at the unconscious form of the man who had been Lord Voldemort and was now just Tom Riddle, broken, remorseful, human. The war was over, not with a final curse or a dramatic death or the theatrical destruction that prophecies usually demanded. It ended with something quieter and, Harry thought, more powerful, the restoration of a soul. The healing of a wound that had festered for 50 years. The proof that even the darkest wizard alive was still, underneath everything, a person. And people could change. Not easily, not painlessly, not without consequence. Tom Riddle would face justice. The wizarding world would demand it, and Harry wouldn't stand in the way. But the justice would be real, not the performative cruelty that the Ministry had specialized in. Real justice required a defendant who could feel the weight of what they'd done, and Tom Riddle could feel it now. Every ounce. Harry walked back toward the castle with his friends around him, and the green ring glowing on his finger and the morning sun on his face. The great hall's doors opened before him, the castle recognizing its defender, its protector, its lantern, and inside, the remaining staff and students and order members and assembled people who'd chosen to stay erupted into a cheer that shook the rafters. Harry let them cheer. He let Hermione cry on his shoulder and Ron thump his back and Sirius wrap an arm around him that communicated more than a library of words. He let McGonagall nod at him with eyes that glistened. He let Mrs. Weasley crush him in a hug that was half celebration and half maternal fury at the risks he'd taken. He let it all wash over him, the relief and the joy and the grief for the people who'd been lost at the Ministry and the strange, bittersweet compassion he felt for the broken man on the lawn. Then he walked to the window, looked out at the world he'd saved, and thought about tomorrow. There would be a tomorrow. The fractures were sealed. The fear entity was dispersed. The Dark Lord was defeated, not killed, which was somehow more profound. The ring was on his finger and it would stay there. Hal Jordan could have it back someday, but for now, Sector 2814 had a lantern, and the lantern had a home, and the home had walls that had stood for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more. Harry Potter, wizard, Green Lantern, master of death, 15 years old, exhausted, bruised, emotionally wrung out, and in desperate need of a shower. He smiled. And the ring, faithful and steady and as warm as the first green light that had crashed through a storm to find a boy who would not break, glowed on his finger one more time. Green, the color of will, the color of life, the color of a boy who'd been given nothing and made everything. In brightest day, the days that followed were a blur of aftermath and adjustment that Harry navigated with the ring's help and his friend's presence. The wizarding world reacted to Voldemort's defeat with a collective exhale that was felt across the emotional spectrum. The ring showed Harry the wave of relief that washed across Britain like a tide going out, carrying with it the accumulated fear of years. People wept in the streets. The Daily Prophet ran a special edition with a headline so large it was practically a banner. A Chi who must not be named defeated. Harry Potter, the boy who stood. Fudge resigned. The Wisengamot convened emergency sessions. Owls filled the sky in such numbers that the Muggle authorities reported unusual bird activity across southern England. At Hogwarts, things were simultaneously larger and smaller than the world outside understood. The castle began repairing itself the moment the battle ended, not through any spell or direction, but through its own semi-sentient will, stones reassembling, windows reglassing, wards knitting themselves together with the focused determination of a building that had survived worse and intended to survive more. Harry helped where he could, using the ring's construct abilities to accelerate repairs, and the castle responded to his touch with the warmth of a living thing recognizing a friend. Umbridge was found in her office, behind a locked door, surrounded by kitten plates and empty teacups, and was escorted from the castle by Kingsley Shacklebolt with the minimum of ceremony and the maximum of official paperwork. Her blood quill was entered into evidence. Her files were seized. The full extent of her abuses, documented in excruciating detail by the ring scans and corroborated by 37 student testimonies, would ensure that Dolar's Jane Umbridge spent a very long time explaining herself to people she couldn't intimidate. Dumbledore returned. He appeared in the Great Hall on the second day, looking old and tired, and for the first time in Harry's experience, uncertain. He stood before Harry, and his blue eyes, those famous twinkling eyes, were dull with the weight of mistakes acknowledged too late. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. "Several, in fact." "Yes," Harry said, "you do. I kept you in the dark. I isolated you. I trusted my own judgment over your right to make informed decisions about your own life. I was afraid that the truth would burden you. It would have, but it was my burden to carry, not yours to hide." Dumbledore nodded, and something in his posture shifted, the subtle relaxation of a man setting down a weight he'd carried too long. "You've grown beyond anything I anticipated, Harry. Not because of the ring, because of who you are. The ring merely made visible what was always there. The ring helped. The ring chose well." Dumbledore's eyes went to the Elder Wand, still in Harry's possession. "The wand recognizes you as its master now. The hallows are yours." "I don't want to be the master of death," Harry said. "I want to be a kid who goes to Hogwarts and fails his potions OWL and plays Quidditch, and doesn't have to save the world every year." "I'm afraid the saving the world part may be more difficult to avoid than the potions OWL," Dumbledore said, and a ghost of the old twinkle appeared. "Though I suspect Professor Snape would be willing to fail you regardless of your cosmic significance." Harry laughed, and the sound was different now, lighter, freer, unweighted by the constant pressure of a war he'd been fighting since birth. The ring pulsed on his finger, warm and green and steady, and for the first time its warmth felt less like urgency and more like contentment. Tom Riddle was transferred to a secure facility that Dumbledore and Kingsley established jointly, neither Azkaban, which was too cruel for what they were attempting, nor a hospital, which was too lenient for what he'd done, but something in between. A place where the man who had been Lord Voldemort could face the full weight of his restored emotions, under the care of mind healers who understood that they were treating not a monster but the wreckage of a person. Harry visited once, not out of obligation or strategy, but out of the compassion that the indigo spectrum had helped him understand was not weakness but the hardest kind of strength. Tom Riddle sat in a clean, well-lit room, his features still inhuman, his red eyes still striking, but his expression entirely changed. The arrogance was gone. The cruelty was gone. What remained was a man drowning in the consequences of his own choices, fighting to stay above the surface of an ocean of grief that threatened to pull him under every minute of every day. "I remember all of them," Tom said, and his voice was quiet. "Every face, every name, every spell. I remember the moment before and the moment after and the moment during when I felt nothing, and now I feel everything." "I know," Harry said. "Does it get easier?" "I don't know. I've never been where you are." Tom's red eyes studied Harry's face with an intensity that had nothing to do with legitimacy and everything to do with the desperate need of a man searching for a reason to keep breathing. "Why did you save me? You could have killed me. It would have been simpler, cleaner. The world wanted me dead." Harry thought about it. Not because he didn't know the answer, but because Tom deserved an honest one, considered and real rather than reflexive. "Because killing you would have made me more like you," Harry said. "And because the ring, my ring, the one that runs on will, doesn't destroy, it builds, it creates. The whole point of willpower is to make things better, not to make things stop. I didn't want you dead. I wanted you to understand, and now you do." Tom was quiet for a long time. Then he said, barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Harry left. He didn't visit again. There were mind healers for what Tom needed, and Harry had his own healing to do. The DA disbanded as a combat unit and reformed as something else, a study group ostensibly, but really a family. The bond that combat had forged between them was permanent, written into their emotional signatures in colors that the ring showed Harry every time he walked into a room with them. They carried their experience differently. Some wore it like armor, some like scars, some like medals, but they all carried it, and they all understood what it meant. Neville went back to herbology with the quiet confidence of someone who'd stared down a parallax fragment and decided that Devil's Snare wasn't that impressive. Luna continued to be Luna, which was to say, she continued to see the world in ways that made more sense than anyone gave her credit for. Ron dismantled his tactical command post with the careful preservation of a general archiving campaign records, and then he beat Harry at chess 7 times in a row. Hermione wrote a paper, because of course she did. 12,000 words on the intersection of magical theory and emotional spectrum physics, submitted under a pseudonym to the International Journal of Theoretical Thaumaturgy, where it would sit for 3 years before being published to widespread academic confusion and eventual paradigm shift. And Harry went flying, not with a broom, with the ring. He launched himself from the astronomy tower on a clear April evening, 3 days after the battle, and climbed until the castle was a toy beneath him and the sky turned from blue to indigo to the velvet black of near space. He hovered at the edge of the atmosphere, the ring maintaining his life support, the planet curving below him in a panorama of blue and green, and white that the ring's record said was more beautiful than most worlds in Sector 2814. He could see everything. The wards of Hogwarts, golden and green, humming with new strength. The dimensional seal, invisible but present, holding reality together with the combined power of 7 colors. Britain healing, the fear residue of Voldemort's reign slowly dissolving like morning frost. And above him the stars, thousands of them, millions, each one a sun, some with planets, some with civilizations, some with their own lanterns holding their own lines against their own darknesses. The ring spoke. Incoming communication, source, OA. Accept. The Guardian's face materialized, blue, ancient, patient. Green Lantern of Sector 2814. Your report has been reviewed. The Guardians wish to extend formal recognition of your service. Thank you. The ring's assignment was temporary, pending the return of Lantern Hal Jordan. However, given your demonstrated capabilities and the unique nature of your sector's magical field, the Guardians propose a revision. You are offered permanent appointment as Green Lantern of Sector 2814, effective immediately. Harry floated at the edge of space, the planet below him, the stars above him, and thought about what it meant. Permanent. Not a temporary bearer, not a stand-in, not a kid who happened to be in the right place at the right time. A Green Lantern. For real, for keeps. What about Hal Jordan? Lantern Jordan has been reassigned to Sector 2813, which has need of his specific experience. He has been informed of your appointment and has expressed. The Guardian paused, as if selecting words, colorful approval. Harry smiled. I accept. Acknowledged. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps, Lantern Potter, Oa out. The communication ended. Harry floated in the silence of near space, the ring warm on his finger, the oath warm in his heart, and looked down at the world he'd sworn to protect. It was a good world, broken in places, scared in places. Stupid and brave and cruel and kind and endlessly, stubbornly, magnificently alive. It had dark lords and blood purists and pink-cardiganed bureaucrats with torture quills. It also had Neville Longbottom's courage and Luna Lovegood's clarity and Ron Weasley's brilliant mind and Hermione Granger's fierce compassion and Sirius Black's unbreakable love. It had Harry Potter, who'd sat on a windowsill in a storm and refused to break, and a ring had found him, and everything had changed. He descended slowly, savoring the flight, the freedom, the particular magic of a 15-year-old boy falling through the sky toward a home that loved him. The castle grew beneath him, towers and turrets, and 1,000 years of accumulated hope. The lake reflected starlight. The forest whispered with ancient things that weren't afraid of him and for once had no reason to be. He landed on the astronomy tower. His friends were waiting, Ron with a chessboard, Hermione with a book, Neville with a plan, Luna with a smile that suggested she'd known how this would end all along. Well, Ron said. Permanent appointment, Harry said. I'm officially the Green Lantern of Sector 2814. Does it pay? Ron asked immediately. Sadly, number figures, the most powerful job in the galaxy and its volunteer work. They laughed. All of them sitting on the astronomy tower in the spring evening, the war behind them and the future ahead, laughing because they were alive and together, and the world was still turning. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It glowed green, not white, not the full spectrum, just the steady, simple green of willpower. His color, his light. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. He was Harry Potter. He was a Green Lantern, and this was just the beginning. In brightest day. Chapter 6 ends.